We are back right here in College Football 26. Your number 23 Minnesota Golden Gophers. Yes, finally, top 25 Gophers go on the road to number 2 Nebraska. Now, in our last episode, we just were in a very similar scenario. We went to number 2 USC. We took them to the wire. We had a chance to go win the game. And unfortunately, we threw a costly interception. The drive prior to that, however, we had a chance to win, and we ran into a glitch that has been an ongoing issue, where our quarterback, Tevin Browning, was just nowhere to be found. He wasn't hurt. He wasn't fatigued. There was no wear and tear. We don't know why. It was unexplainable, but it may have cost us points on that preceding drive to put us in that position. Excuses aside, we have a chance to make things right. And winning this game in Nebraska would be massive. We'd have a chance to compete for the Big Ten championship. USC went on to lose after our game. We're right in the mix at 3-1 in the conference. Now, before we get there, let's take a look by the numbers. Nebraska's not as good on paper as USC was. They were 94 across the board overall, and we, again, gave them everything they could handle, even on the road. So, games are not played on paper, but in theory, we should have a great chance. Before we get there, let's take a look at recruiting. We have 190 hours this week to spend. With Al Alstott, we're doing everything we can. He's coming week 11. He's going to Louisville week 9. He's a 3-star quarterback, but we do need more in the room. I like where we're at. We're top 5. Still the only school for Darren Burris that has offered or has scheduled a visit. We're number 1. Everything looks good. 40 hours, good to go. Lemons we're just not spending a lot of time on. He's a fullback, but we are still looking good for Gaylor. I like that we have our visit scheduled before Louisville. We're week 11, they're week 12. We're only going 40 hours. This is an area where we could go ahead and maximize. Jalen Brownlee is committed. He's a left guard. Chong we swayed last week. It was successful. We'll increase his hours. We'll probably hard sell him. And so given that Chong also didn't have a visit scheduled and we have the time, we did go ahead and schedule him for week 13. We don't have anybody else visiting week 13. That's the Wisconsin game. It's really late in the season. 4-star left edge Bruce Ham, we're really working hard on. We have a push from Alabama. They're making a run. They haven't scheduled a visit, but our 20 hours isn't getting it done here. So we're going to take Gamer, and we're going to hard sell him on that. We don't want to lose this one. It would be nonsensical. And our strengths align pretty well, other than pro potential, but it's not enough to really be detrimental, being a C for a grade. We just don't want Alabama to sneak in and swipe that one away from us. Now that DeMarco Boone, he's only a 3-star, but now that he has a visit scheduled as well, it's probably best that we try to counteract that one. However, I mean, you look at this. It's New Mexico. It's week 11. If he doesn't commit to New Mexico, he should commit to us, in theory. But we also don't want SMU to be able to have the opportunity to schedule him week 13 and then remove that chance from us completely, because that's how you would probably then lose out. So with 20 hours maybe not being enough, I mean, we are first, but SMU's making a little stronger of a run as well. And then, of course, like I said, New Mexico pushing. We're going to hard sell DeMarco Boone. We did obtain a commitment from Josh Paris. This was another big pull for this class. The number 5 defensive tackle. He's a 4-star. We lost Broderick Hyde. His deal breaker's playing time, so we decided we were going to leave him on our board just in case. Now, Arsenio Trapp. With playing style as a deal breaker, you never know. We'll leave him for now, too. We're still locked out on Dalvin Moncrief. Playing style. I mean, as we work through this class, you can see, I mean, some of the players, the decisions we have to make are, do I need to schedule them for a visit or not? In a case like this, we only have 2 visits left. I don't think it's necessary. But we could at least increase some hours here as they work closer to a decision. So we'll soft sell, like on Flowers, for example. Madu's going to be tough, but he didn't commit to Iowa. And we have to hope that he's going to wait this out or ride this out until week 12. In the meantime, the soft sell's not getting it done. Now that we have the time, this is an area we have to prioritize, a commitment we want to prioritize. We really want a corner in this class. We struck out last year on 2 that were ripped away from us. And let's actually move Madu up our board just to make this more of a priority. He really should have actually even been our second. Malik Thomas, though, we just added to our board last week. We skyrocketed all the way to number 1. He's still only in his top 10 stage. He's getting close to narrowing it down to 8. Now, since we have moved to number 1, let's offer. Maybe we'll get an instant commitment and be surprised. We don't, but we get a boost. And we're already going 25 hours, which I think is plenty for him at this stage. Number 2, Nebraska. On the road. We're going back on the road. Our toughest 2 games this year on the schedule have been on the road. But we already have 2 top 25 wins. Could have been 3, I know. Could have. But we can officially make this 3 by knocking off Nebraska. Any words pregame, Coach Cross? This is it, boys. This is your chance for redemption. We had USC. And we let them get away. This is your chance to show that you're a top 10 team in this nation. That you compete for a Big Ten championship, and you've made that leap. Today's the day. Repeat after me. Today I win. No, today I win. We have a red zone alert. 7:53 left in the first quarter. On the... Let's see if our run game can stay hot. DeMarcus Pratt, it's been a beast, is up to the 10, 2nd and 2. Maponga's already checked in for him. And nothing there. Nothing doing on 2nd down. It'll be 3rd and 2. Manga remains in the game. Greg Joe intercepted. What is that ball, Browning? That's a terrible throw. And Nebraska will take over. We get it back. We're at their 27. Did we turn them over? It's a 3rd and 6 from their 27. We're taking a shot. Greg Joe. I don't think this is his game. No. It's just not making good reads early here. I don't know if kicking this is the answer with Kyle Mount. 44 yards. Got to be able to hit this, right? It is on the left hash. A little bit of wind, not too much. Wow. Just... not even close. Okay, well. We were 0 for 2. 3rd and 10. From our 29, Nebraska looks to extend their drive, get into the red zone. We need to keep them out. And Ford's all over it for the sack. Or a little read option play, our little play action play. Ends up costing them and losing yards. This is going to be a tough field goal. They do make it. It's 3-0. We have another opportunity to keep a drive alive. A 3rd and 5. From Nebraska's 24. Browning's cold today. Not liking that. We had a man, but we got Greg Joe here out of the slot. Inside the 10. And drive continues. Greg Joe, 2 catches for 39 yards. He's been our most reliable wide receiver this season. But we're going to go back to our most reliable player, Marcus Pratt, but tackled for no gain. maybe even a short loss. And be 2nd and goal from the 8. We're going to give it on the RPO. Maponga checked in. Nothing doing again. 3rd and goal. We are really struggling here early on Nebraska's side of the field. Finishing drives. We get it out to Maponga on a screen. Nothing. Nothing. Literally no yards on 3 plays. Okay, well. Now we have a wide angle kick here, even though it's close. We try to tie this thing up, and we will. 3-3 on the road. Not a great start offensively. Gotta hope our defense holds here again. And we may have turned them over. It looks like, yes, an interception for Taron Nichols. And we have another opportunity from the 18. Can we capitalize finally? Maponga on the backfield gets the carry. Our offensive line is getting eaten up so far in this one. Not the success we've had so far this season. Maponga 5 carries for 5 yards. I don't know where DeMarcus Pratt is, but we seem to be having the same substitution issues yet again. We've got CC in the slot, and he'll get us up to a 3rd and inches. Now Whitley's checked into the game in the back. Yeah, I mean, so turning fatigue down, turning wear and tear down seemingly hasn't done anything to fix this problem. So the next thing we could do is turn wear and tear off. I like the concept of wear and tear, but it seems to be breaking the game. That'll be our next troubleshoot idea. Tough throw out of Whitley's reach. I mean, he's not a real reliable receiving target as a fullback. 2nd and goal from the 7. We're going to give on the RPO. We got a hole this time. Maponga stopped at the goal line. 3rd and goal from the 1. We're going to give it to him again here. Mario Hester is also checked into the game at running back. Maponga is going to be held short. Oh my gosh. We're not kicking this. From the 1-inch line. One more opportunity to pound this thing in on 4th and goal. We get stood up again. It's going to be a huge momentum boost for Nebraska. We'll give. And our right guard, I mean, doesn't touch anybody. And instead of blocking somebody, allows the middle linebacker to shoot through and to give Nebraska a goal line stand. And that is just unbelievable. Poor execution. We're going to play this just because they're at their own 1. See if we can make something happen here. Oh, we lose contain. We almost had him. Instead, he gains 9. 8.5. We're going to go ahead and go back to key moments. And what a disaster offensively. We do have another red zone alert. We're up to their 16-yard line. Hester with a catch for 27. I don't know what happened to DeMarcus Pratt. It'd sure be nice to have him back in the game, but we're at 3rd-string running back DeMario Hester. I mean, this game is so broken. Hester does take the carry and finds half of what we need here to make it 2nd and 5. And now Whitley's into the game, our fullback at running back. I mean, I don't know. Having flashbacks to last season as Saukup was on the field there. And we are at risk of stalling out yet again. 3rd and 5 from the 11. Nope. That's not the read. They're in zone. We may have to settle for 3 yet again. just inside the upright. 6-3 Minnesota, and it's been a much disappointing offensive showing. We're happy to be winning on the road. We're almost to halftime. Our defense has played well. We have an opportunity here to get another stop. 3rd and 5. And we get pressure on him. And with 2 defenders there, we break up that reception. And now their quarterback's down. Levi Drayton is down for Nebraska as he was hit as he made that throw. And we get another stop. And we have 56 seconds and 3 timeouts to try to go get some points. Can we finish a drive? We're going to smoke screen it out. Nobody there. Greg Joe, RCC. Only 3 yards. We'll no huddle the offense. I mean, what is... The route sequence was terrible. Is Pratt hurt, or why was he moving so slow? Oh, Batts is in. The game is so broken. Pratt's back in, now Browning's out. So our quarterback's too tired to continue the drive. I mean, where... In what universe? 4th down. Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. But this is a thing. We've entered the 3rd quarter. It's 3rd and 6 from our 34. Still 6-3. And we're looking for another 3rd down stop. We're going to pressure off the edge. Nestor. Slot corner is there. Sack made. 4th and 9. What does Nebraska do here? They must have punted. 3rd down alert for us. Our starters are back in. For now. It's 3rd and 7. Greg Joe does hear the call. Browning's going to step up and take it himself. He's got room. He's got a block. He tries to slide, but doesn't. We get the fumble. He gets back his own fumble as he gets nailed. And we'll continue the drive. And now it's a red zone alert. We're up to the 13-yard line. 1st and 10. Oh, that could have been another disaster. Browning is cold today. I mean, he's just not playing well. And neither is our offensive line. They are able to blitz another gap and tackle us for a loss. 2nd and 11. And our offensive coordinator, too. These play calls have been horrendous. I mean, what... The options he's giving us. We've got our tight end, Johnson, this time with room! Tackled out of bounds at the 1. Here we go again. This feels like deja vu at the 1-yard line. We have to audible out of this run. We've got Galloway out of the backfield, and finally we have a touchdown. It's 12-3. An ugly offensive game, but we have found the end zone on the road against number 2 Nebraska. In spite of all these bizarre glitches and substitutions that don't make any sense. Tavion Galloway has given us, for now, a 9-point lead, looking to extend to 10. They quickly answer. It's 13-10. They have scored a touchdown finally. 3rd and 7 as the 3rd quarter winds down. We will probably slow down the Super Sim in the 4th quarter to keep a closer eye on what's happening, as we know how these key moments get a little bit easier for the CPU. I don't know a better way to put that. They have an easier time seemingly to score in the 4th quarter. So we'll keep tabs on it. There's our speed option. Slow this down to normal. And we'll continue. We do pick up that 1st down, which is big. So from their 20-yard line, we're going to jump in here. 3rd and 5 from the 23. Looks like we lost some yardage on 2nd down. 9:20 left. 13-10 Gophers. We've got CC. He completes the catch in spite of the contact. And it's 1st and 10 from the 14. We're going to try the jet sweep with Greg Joe. If we can get a block from Johnson and we can lose their contain on the edge, this could be big. We get a block out there. Can he outrun the linebacker? He does get the edge. And we get up to the 7-yard line. We pick up 7. Not bad. So we're at a 2nd and 3. We get a little room. Pratt up to the goal line. We're tackled at the 1 again. This has happened so many times today. 1st and goal from their 1. Pratt still in the field. I feel like that linebacker up the edge in the right is going to be the first one there, throwing us down. So I'm actually going to move Johnson back to that position to pick him up. DeMarcus Pratt tackled at the goal line. 2nd and goal from the 1. We've had a heck of a time trying to finish these drives. It's truly been unbelievable how much we've struggled. Can I get a running back subbed in at fullback? Oh my goodness. We have to use a timeout. A disaster as I'm trying to change our package here to get a fullback dive, and I can't seem to do it out of I form, so that's great. Can we out of strong I? Still can't do a fullback dive. Unbelievable. So we go to goal line again. We know that didn't work out earlier, but we're going to give it one more shot. Maponga in at fullback. 2nd and goal from the 1. Maponga into the end zone. Go for touchdown. Extend the lead back to 10. Makes it 19-10. I guess it's not necessarily automatic with Kyle Mount. He does put it through. 20-10. Nebraska takes over from their own 4-yard line after a penalty, but they get 12 yards on this first play. That's fortunate for our defense, but 2nd and 10. An interception. Levi Drayton pass intercepted. Nick Deloche returns it, and it's 27-10. We've a 3-possession lead on the road against number 2 Nebraska with 6 minutes to go. 2nd and 16 for Nebraska after a sack. 3rd and 14. Can we get a stop? We do. 4th and 14. They're going to go for it. It is desperation time here in Lincoln. I think they're in Lincoln, right? 4th and 14. We can ice this thing with a stop. And we had a chance, and our corner just didn't make a play on the ball. He broke towards it. I've noticed in Madden this season, too, you go for interceptions, and they just don't even lift their hands. I didn't happen in Madden's the last couple seasons, but something has changed. And now Nebraska is threatening to score and extend this game. And they do. 27-17, what could have been a game-ending interception or pass breakup turns into a touchdown. So now we need to hold them off for the next 4 minutes. Not a good start. I don't know why we're throwing the ball, but we get sacked on 1st down. We run for 1 yard. We're going to punt this thing back. Maponga picks up 14 of the 16. 4th and 2. Gives us a little breathing room on the punt, but not a great punt. And Nebraska's a chance to bring this back to 1 possession here. 12-yard catch. 2nd and 7 after a 3-yard rush. 4-yard rush, 2nd and 6. False start, 2nd and 11. Incomplete, 3rd and 11. 8 yards, 4th and 4. I mean, they got to be going for this. They are. Minute 5 left. They are running out of time. They still do have 3 timeouts. We're there, but we're out of position. And saw that man coming into our zone, but just we were dropped a little too far. They pick it up and extend this thing. 1st and goal from the 9. 49 seconds left and a touchdown. It's not over. They need an onside kick. They do have 2 timeouts. 3-point game. Here we go. 43 seconds left. 17-point lead, down to 3. I can't choose a play. I can't choose a play. Love this glitch too. That's fun. So we'll see what happens on this onside kick. Skip the moment. We get the recovery. We get the onside kick. Malachi Chick does recover. We take a knee. 3rd and 12. Let's get on the field for this one. And we are going to have the biggest upset in the Chuck Cross era in what's been our peak season. The Gophers go on the road to number 2 Nebraska after falling just short at number 2 USC a couple weeks ago. We get the job done this time. 27-24. An ugly offensive showing in that first half. I mean, I don't know what... what is Gill doing there? Just raise your arms and intercept the ball, dude. Or at least get your hands on it. But a huge win for our program. A huge win for Coach Cross. We are 7-1, 4-1 in the conference. And we may have a chance to play for a Big Ten championship. Now, unfortunately, with that loss to USC, we don't have control over them. But we should have leapfrogged Nebraska in the Big Ten. Because we're both 4-1 and we have the head-to-head. Another great glitch that has not been addressed this season. So with that win, let's take a look at the conference standings first of all. I mean, USC, I guess USC's loss was non-conference. That is unfortunate. I didn't realize that. So UCLA is still undefeated in conference play. I did see that they were losing to Oregon during our game. Oregon's 3-1 in the conference. We're 4-1. Nebraska now 4-1, but again, we beat them. Okay, from all indications I've read, it doesn't sound like turning wear and tear off even necessarily addresses the problem. What we may have to do, that some are suggesting, is to just use the up button to substitute our players back in manually. So we'll have to try that first and see if they even give us the option in game to put those players back in that continually keep subbing out. But we'll start there. If that doesn't work, we're back to the drawing board. Maybe then we turn wear and tear off. I'd like to keep it on, like I said, but I don't like how it's affecting and impacting the outcomes of these games. But we have our biggest win yet over number 2 Nebraska. Let's advance the week. Let's see how this momentum affects recruiting. We really like the way our class is shaping up thus far. We don't get any... I did see, however, that we are in a recruiting battle with Louisville for Casey Gaylor. Now, he's just a 3-star right tackle, but important depth for us to add. What I don't love to see with Louisville is that they have now passed us for Al Alstott. Okay, they came out of nowhere, and he's getting close to making a decision. So we are going to have to go back to the drawing board there. Now, Rico Dial, as we talked about, has reached his top 3. He's really close to committing to Wisconsin. I don't think we even have a prayer. And I think he's actually scheduled to visit Wisconsin before us. I would be shocked if he doesn't commit. Tavon Tams reached his top 5. Malik Thomas has reached his top 8. We did force Tam to narrow it down to 5 finally. It's taken him forever. I do want to go back to the school update and see if there's anything here that I missed. No. But we're up to number 20 as well. Our highest ranking yet. Nick Deloche is the Big Ten Defensive Player of the Week with an interception and 6 tackles. A little shout out and recognition for our stellar defense. And we have unlocked Architect. Go to Coachability Scene to purchase the Archetype and upgrade your coach. A new ability for Coach Cross, potentially. Now, this week is one of those trap games. We go on the road again. We're coming off our high of upsetting Nebraska. We can't overlook Maryland. On paper, we're the better team. Going on the road shouldn't really matter here. And we looked at our schedule in the last episode, and we should win out, in truth. We have a great opportunity to win out for the rest of our schedule. And we have to hope USC gets knocked off. Even if they do, they hold the tiebreaker over us. So we're still in 5th in the conference. Can we make enough noise and progress to have a chance at the Big Ten championship? Now, inner Big Ten result here that was big. UCLA's first loss. Oregon smoked them. UCLA, I believe, was ranked number 1. So the number 1 and 2 teams both fell last week. Obviously, we had a hand in that, knocking off number 2 Nebraska. That makes us feel pretty good about where we're at. If those are the number 1 and number 2 teams, they're getting beaten the way that they did, we feel pretty good. Now, Al Alstott has really been moved by Louisville. And was week 9 last week? Or is this week 9? Yeah, last week was week 9. So that would explain why Louisville passed us. But we still have Al Alstott scheduled to visit us for week 11. So we really, even though we've fallen to 2nd, are in control here. We're in the driver's seat. He should not commit prior to our visit. If he does, that's going to be disappointing. But they should not be able to gain as much influence now that he's not visiting their campus again. But to play this safe with the 45 additional hours we have, let's go ahead and sprinkle on another 10 and just maximize our time. But we have to make sure he gets to our campus by week 11. If he does, he should still commit. Should still commit here, but I don't like that they passed us. But again, he visited them first. That's the advantage you have. However, the disadvantage is he didn't leave with a commitment. He left. And he should still show up for our week 11 visit without having already committed elsewhere. Darren Burris, we have coming in week 12. Madu really getting close to committing to Iowa. I don't know if we're going to be able to hold this one off until week 12. That is going to be a bummer. I mean, he went to Iowa. He didn't commit, but they really continued. They've continued to push as of we. But he's getting really close to committing. I don't know if we survive the week. That's gonna be a tough pill to swallow. Another corner we could lose. We lost 2 last year, 4 stars. This could be another one. We just soft sold Lemons, and we're just going to continue to. We're almost at his deal breaker with brand exposure, but we're just above. Now, we are in this recruiting battle for Gaylor. We're maximized on time. We're hard selling him. We're doing everything we can. He visits us first. I think that's advantage to us. Man, Louisville is a thorn in our side for recruits this season. We're hard selling Benji Chong. We're in good shape. Hopefully he narrows it down to his top 3 soon. Ham needs to do the same. Everything's strong here. Alabama's still making a run. I mean, we could push this one up to full. Georgia Tech gets him on campus first, but they're just trying to get into his top 3. I like where we're at. I just don't like that Alabama probably has more hours to spend than we do. DeMarco Boone has almost narrowed it down to his top 3, and he should after this week. Still deal broken on Moncrief. I don't know. We're not getting enough tackles with our outside linebackers, but he's still in his top 8 stage. This one hopefully will spill into the offseason, and we had this happen previously with a corner that we were deal broken on. Eventually, he came around and committed. Unfortunately, we lost him after a year because of his Otagwe. We may have to also go up. Louisville, again, is our nemesis here, although Tulane has also extended their reach. Now, we swayed last week. It was successful. But now we're going to have to bump this one up to a hard sell. So we got to use an additional 10 hours. We still haven't offered a scholarship. We're going to hard sell him. We're going to have to offer that scholarship soon. We actually may need to do that now because it's getting close to his top 3. And we need the influence boost. If we want to make a run, we can. But we'll go to Maryland. We need to continue taking care of business here. And if we want to have any chance at winning the Big Ten, we have to win these games. We cannot come out and have a letdown game after that emotional win against Nebraska. What if we go red on black on red? How would this look? The stripe doesn't really match the shoulder. I mean, we could go black pants here, but the yellow just doesn't match with this either. So I think the red was okay. It's too bad there isn't yellow incorporated in that pant stripe. And we can do something about their socks. This is a pretty good look. Again, it's just the shoulder stripe that seems a little bit off, but... Oh. Okay, it did save it. That's good. And for us, we're going to go back to the gold lids for this one. And we'll go gold pants as well. Coach, pre-game words? Fellas, this isn't a game you can just go through the motions. You got to go out and give it your all. Every week counts. We lose this one this week, you consider yourselves out of the contention for the Big Ten. And we're not here to just be satisfied. It's our best season yet. Win or lose, sure. But our goals are higher than that. We're here to win. We're here to get better every week. We're number 20 right now. We're not trying to slip back out of the top 25. We're going to keep climbing. You get a good look at the Terrapin here in the pregame. And let's see how we simulate to start this one. We have a third down alert. It is a 3rd and 4 from the Maryland 45 on our opening series. And let's see if we can get the offense back on track. We had such a slow start in the first half last week. It was pretty ugly, all things considered. We did enough in the second half to get it done. But we want to finish drives off. Greg Joe makes the catch, but he's turned around and unable to pick up the first down. It's 4th and 1. We're probably just going to go for this here at this part of the field. But we don't want to give Maryland momentum here by failing to convert. Galloway brings it in, picks up the first down. Huge catch. There was a little contact, of course, and our tight ends in the past have historically struggled in those situations, but Galloway gets it done, and we extend this drive. Pratt takes a carry on first down, makes a man miss. He's thrown forward for another first down. He's getting tired here. High risk of injury already. We're not going to have him grind it out. We will keep him fresh. I mean, it's one thing if he's got reason to be subbed out of the game. It's just that we've had these nonsensical substitutions between him and Browning. Maponga will get a carry. He's going to get thrown forward. 7 yards on first down. And that'll buy us an ability to run some play action. What? Okay, no hot route? Okay. They don't bite it. They don't bite on the fake. Keyshawn Flowers has a sack, and we lose 4, and it'll be 3rd and 7. We hit Danielle Hayes, first down, up to the 15. Drive extended yet again. Ponga still in the backfield. We're going to have a draw here on first down. Good pursuit by Maryland. They're actually going to stop us for a 3-yard loss. Keyshawn Flowers having quite a defensive series. Another cross here. This is CC. Catch made. He'll pick up 5. It'll be 3rd and 8. We extend this drive yet again. We have Maponga. He's open. Tackled forward. First down picked up. 1st and goal from the 4. We've extended the drive yet again. We're going to audible out of this run. Dangerous throw. Galloway. Catch made. Another touchdown for Galloway, and he's had a nice couple of games here. He's our second tight end. And Galloway's found the end zone to put us up 6-0 on the road. Tavion Galloway. 7-0. Third down alert again. 3rd and 10 from the Maryland 26. Defense obviously with a stand, and our offense moved it again, but we could stall out here in this drive, but we got a screen set up, and we got room. We got blocks. Maponga in the open field, inside the 10, another 3rd down conversion, and that has been the story of our offense so far, is converting 3rd downs. Browning 10 for 13 so far today. Maponga still in the field. 1st and goal from the 7, and he's tackled and met immediately. He does get a yard. Demario Hester's checking into the game now, so DeMarcus Pratt, once again, nowhere to be found. I do think there's a wear and tear explanation this time. We're going to give Hester a carry. He's going to take it off the edge, try to beat them to the corner. He's tackled out of bounds at the 1. 3rd and goal. We had some struggles here last week. 3rd and goal from the 1. Will we have a better success rate this week than we did against Nebraska? Fullback dive. Hester stuffed at the line. 4th and goal. We are going to go on 4th and goal. Hester remains in the game. We can crash down on our blocks, hook the outside edge. We should have this, but no, they're all over it. My goodness. The linebackers were all over that one. I don't know how they read this so well, but they did. And we didn't even have a chance. And we'll turn it over on downs. We actually lost 4 yards on that. That's incredible. And Maryland's threatening to score here to even this thing up. 1st and goal from the 9. They marched right down the field. This is a long drive. I mean, they started from what, their 90, or their 90, their own 4 or 5 yard line. Quarterback keeps it, breaks a tackle, and gets to the 4. 2nd and goal. Give up the middle. He's tackled into the end zone on the hit. We don't wrap up. And Maryland has evened this thing up. We have a chance on 3rd down again. 3rd and inches. Pratt back into the game. 3rd and inches from the Maryland 29. A sneak it. Browning picks it up. Drive extended. Red zone alert. We're up to the 13-yard line. And it is 1st and 10. CC unable to bring that one in. Try to hit him out of the slot. It's broken up. 2nd and 10 from the 13. Galloway in motion. We're going to give to Pratt. Nothing there. Galloway just cannot hold a block. And it'll be a 3rd and long, 3rd and 11 from the 14-yard line. Greg Joe having a hard time hearing our hot, but he does. We're going to give him a chance. Greg Joe can't bring it in. Catch is broken up. 4th and 11. We're going to have to settle for 3. We'll trot Kyle Mount out there. 3rd, or 30, what was this? Yard line are we on right now? 31-yard field goal. I guess it's on the screen. And we'll put it right down the middle. So 10-7 on the road in Maryland. See if our defense can hold up a little better this time. It's a big 3rd down for them. 3rd and 6 from our 40. And we're looking to make a stop. Pettijohn's there, but it's impossible to tackle him in the open field like this. Sheds a tackle downfield, and they're inside the 10. 1st and goal. From the 8-yard line, Maryland looking to capture the lead. And we're just A heck of a time making tackles here. They pick up 4, 2nd and goal from the 4-yard line. Motion, empty backfield. We got a man. Labino's there, and we'll bring him down at the 3. 3rd and goal. They're going to check it down again. Little swing. Tackle made by Nichols. They lose 2. And now it looks like Maryland will settle for 3. This is a tough angle kick. From the 5-yard line. I'd almost rather take a delay of game here. They'll put it through, though. No trouble. We're tied back up. And our offense is stalling out now. We are not sustaining drives, so Maryland will have a 3rd and 4 from our 45. We're in the pretty deep into the 3rd quarter here. And pressure! Howard trips him up. Can't make the tackle, but we're able to get there. What in the world? 4th and 1. Will they go for this? No. We go 3 and out again, though. Defense needs our help. And now they're at our 20. What has happened to our offense? A couple putrid showings in a row here in back-to-back weeks, but this is against an inferior opponent. Rubino shoots the gap, gets there. Howard makes the tackle, but they do pick up 9. I think Washington completes that pass to Kellen McConnell. It's 2nd and 1. RPO. Catch made. 1st and goal from the 6. Somebody's got to make a play for our defense, and we don't. Touchdown. McConnell scores, and Maryland takes the lead. And we're getting into dangerous territory here. Our offense is doing absolutely nothing. We knew this was a trap game potentially, and it has all the makings of it right now. 3rd and 4. I'd love to get a moment with our offense. Apparently, we're not even getting into 3rd down situations or anything. Pressure's there. We get a sack. They're going to have to settle for 3. Not an automatic kick from here. It's going to be 43, but they can extend their lead to 10. From the left hash. He drills it. It's a 10-point lead for Maryland. 7 minutes to go. We are down 10 on the road. In a game we need to have. 4th down alert. Keep this drive alive. 4th and inches from our own 43. Pratt will pick this one up, and the drive will continue. We're under 6 to go. Can I not? Let's play this one out. Greg Joe makes a catch, 8 yards, 2nd and 2. We're going to stay no huddle. Get the ball out just in time. Reese Tripp is hurt for us, and our offensive line get a little banged up. 3rd and 2. Pratt gets 1, but, I mean, we don't pick up the linebacker. Just shoots the B gap. And it is 4th and 1. We were able to pick this one up. Pratt up to the 36-yard line of Maryland. Fortunately extends the drive. We're just going to try to throw that one out of bounds. Galloway unable to bring it in, but that's okay. 2nd and 10 from the Maryland 36. Check it down to Pratt. He makes the man miss. Or sheds a tackle. 3rd and 4. is another third down. We'll hit CC, first down. Drive continues up to the 20-yard line. We're going to go no huddle again. We'll hit Joe, but there's not going to be much there. 2 yards. Burning more clock than we want to in a play like that. Not a very efficient offense. We'll hit CC. He's got a first down. Inside the 10 to the 8. Trying to hit Pratt out of the backfield. He can't bring that one in. Second and goal from the 8. 4 minutes to go. We still have 3 timeouts. We are down 10. Greg Joe. Can't bring it in. Third and goal from the 8. Got Joe this time. Nope, but there is a flag. What is this? Looks like pass interference. He may have gotten there early. And it is indeed going to give us a first down. It should be the 1-yard line. Or is it half a distance? No, it is the 1. So from the 1-yard line, 3:58 to go, it's first and goal. Just going to try to pound this in with Pratt, but they are all over it. And we have struggled so mightily from these goal line situations to run the ball. Clock is ticking here. Pratt out of the backfield. Back to the 1-yard line. Third and goal from the 1. My goodness. Gotta hurry here. .327 to go. Third and goal. Make the throw on the out route, and it's sailed. Fourth and goal. My goodness. And I mean, we almost have to kick this now to make it a 7-point game. Fourth and goal from the 1. You hate to have to kick this. The way our offense is playing, I don't know. We're going to come out and at least give this a look. We'll take the delay of game. We're going to kick it. I hate to kick the ball here, but makes it a 1-possession game. It's 20-13. We do have 3 timeouts. Without the timeouts, we certainly wouldn't have done so. And we will slow down the key moments and see if our defense can get a 3-and-out. From their own 25, Maryland will take over. I guess we're jumping right in. First and 10, 3:11 left. Big hit from Gill. They'll gain 3. 3:06 to go. Clock running. We also have the 2-minute timeout. They're going to throw. And they're going to convert. First down. I mean, didn't expect them to throw that there. I mean, we were there. Just on our heels. They might throw again. I mean, we want them to throw it. We want the chance for the clock to stop. They will again. They're going to take a deep shot, and he's got a step. Oh, my good. You got to be kidding me. Nestor gets torched, and we give up a score that could ice this. Wow. I cannot believe we just got beat over the top. .213 to go, and we have to score in a hurry. I don't even know what to say. Brutal. I mean, Coach Cross warned us. He warned the players before the game. Can't take a week off. We have not gotten better, he said. The message was, we got to get better every game. We have not gotten better today. We have not gotten better. Come on, Hayes. Hear the call here, buddy. Check it down to Pratt. Pick up the first down. The clock will temporarily stop. We need to get on the ball, though. Underneath to Joe. Trying to get out of bounds. He will not. We're only going to pick up 1 yard, and the clock will not stop. That's terrible. We're going to need more than that. Browning's going to step up himself, try to pick up the first down. He won't. The clock will continue to run. 3rd and 1. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Taking a shot. Greg Joe. Broken up. 4th and 1. Pratt picks up the first down. He's got more. Can't quite get to the edge. He'll get tackled out of bounds. First down from the Maryland 40-yard line. 1:07 to go. Still have 2 timeouts. Try to... Hayes drops this. I mean, that's a good throw because he's pushing him upfield. Still could have gotten out of bounds, but he's unable to bring that in. Take the pass to Pratt. He will get tackled out of bounds, I believe. Maybe not. The clock is running. Okay. Pratt again. He'll pick up the first down. The clock will temporarily stop, but we need to get right back on the ball. 1st and 10 from the 28. 44 seconds left. Clock reset. Hayes, another first down. Near the 10, 34 seconds. Continue getting on the ball. Clock starts. They're just not giving us anything over the top. Greg Joe does make a man miss, but we're going to have to burn one of our timeouts. And we're going to need the onside kick regardless here. They're doing exactly what they need to do defensively. What? First and goal. It's caught on the deflection. I don't know why. That should have been open. Touchdown, Greg Joe. We've had such a hard time finding the end zone today. We will here, but it could be too little too late. We'll need an onside kick. And it's fielded with one hand, arrogantly. And that'll do it. We're going to drop this one on the road to Maryland. And this is a disappointing loss. Coming off of our huge upset of Nebraska, we drop this one on the road to Maryland, 27-20. And we will fall out of the top 25. And that will also end our chances of winning the Big Ten this season. Coach Cross warned the boys before the game, but they didn't show up. Our offense was pretty lackluster. Yeah, I mean, yeah, we had 387 yards of offense, but we had a number of 3-and-outs throughout the course of the game. Second and third quarter were terrible. Browning goes 37 of 62. 2 touchdowns, no interceptions. I mean, 59% completion, 312 yards, but we couldn't run the ball. Pratt, 18 for 59. This is not the same offense or the same success we had early in the season running the ball. Mapanga, 4 for 7. I mean, Hester, 3 for 1 yard. Just a weird game. We did such a great job of sustaining and converting on third downs early in the game. But, again, that's the second and third quarter really hurt us. We were 9 of 21. So in the end, it wasn't great. I mean, it started off well on third down conversions, but we also had to go for 5 fourth downs. Not our best defensive showing either. First quarter, we shut them out, held them scoreless. But we give up 10 in the second, we give up another touchdown in the third, and then we give up 10 in the fourth, including that dagger, as we get beat over the top on a first down throw where they were risking stopping the clock. We dared them, and they executed. I mean, I tip your cap, I guess, to Malik Washington and Maryland for that one. But that's a brutal, brutal loss. We fall to 7-2, 4-2 in the Big Ten. It's still our best season, but this is a bit of a setback. You can pile that disappointing USC loss. This one's harder to swallow. We have 2 players commit to our rivals. We've lost Maydew. Rico Dial we knew we weren't getting. Wisconsin is pretty much in the driver's seat. Now we can remove his visit and unschedule that. We somehow hang on to our top 25 ranking. We are number 24. Al Alstott, we have survived, and he is visiting this week in a critical visit. Gaylor's visiting this week. We did survive that as well. Chong's reaches top 3. Boone's reaches top 3. We have moved up to number 2 for Otagoye, so we've passed Louisville. Tulane still has the advantage, but Maydew does commit to Iowa. I mean, that's a bummer. Iowa's been annoying for us, too, historically. And Rico Dial does choose Wisconsin. So we need a corner again. That was a 4-star. We really needed that one. And we also still need a kicker. Let's take a look at our recruits. I mean, I can't believe we're in the top 25 after that loss. It wasn't a horrendous loss, but you're going on you're on the road, but it's a loss you just can't have. We have 85 hours, though. We do need to look through corners again. And Trinidad, we're second, and we've done nothing here. He's still in his top 8. I mean, nobody's really moved the needle. He's just a 3-star, but it's one that might be worth consideration. Bober's ranked higher. He's number 473. He's the 32nd ranked corner, whereas Trinidad is the number 65 ranked corner. I think we just throw both of these guys on our board. It's going to be tricky with Bober trying to get into his top 5, but nobody beyond the top 3 have really made any sort of effort. It's Kansas State, Arkansas, and Wake Forest right now. I think Trinidad, if we want him, we'd probably have him. And then let's take a look at kicker. I mean, Esponda, we're 4th with no effort. He's a 3. I'd rather move up for someone like Ramos or Colombo, where we're, the number 445 player. He's actually the number 1 kicker, surprisingly. And nobody's made an offer. Could we sneak in on this one? Everything still looks good for Burris. Again, Allstott's visiting this week. So with this recruiting battle with Louisville for Gaylor, I think we're okay. He's coming to town this week. We have to get the win. It all comes down to whether you win or not. We win, he's in. We lose, then we could pretty much kiss that one goodbye. Now, this with Boone is a little bit interesting. He is visiting, I believe that is New Mexico this week. So it's not a guarantee that this one's over. No progress on Moncrief Steelbreaker. Callan, UCLA, BYU. UCLA is actually making a run now in this one. We're probably losing Moncrief. It's a force. It's some of these deal breakers are just, they're frustrating. You feel like there's really not a lot you can do. Tams reaches top 5. With Dial out of the equation, we can schedule this. And we're going to schedule. We're back in on a Togway. We reached the top 3. We're hard selling him. Next up, Washington at home. We know it's going to be a big week for recruiting. It's a game we have to win. On the rest of our schedule, we host Illinois and we host Wisconsin. And that'll wrap up our schedule. Now, again, it's unlikely after that loss to Maryland. And it may have even been a long shot regardless, but that ensured that we will not have a chance to win the Big Ten. Now, when you think bigger and beyond that, did we have a chance to make the college football playoff? Well, had we beaten Maryland and 1-0, we probably would have passed Penn State, who's now number 18 after dropping 1 to Oregon. But now we find ourselves behind them at number 24, and we almost have to hope they lose again. Let's take a look at the top 25. I mean, you could probably look at this top 12 and assume that at least 10 of these teams are in. Maybe there's some wiggle room here with 13 and 14, but us looking in at 24, I think it's pretty unlikely. The current college football playoff bracket has Buffalo as the last team in. And for Big Ten representation, Nebraska's in there, even though we beat them. Michigan's in there. USC is actually the number 1 seed, which is really frustrating, given how close we were to upsetting them as well. UCLA, Oregon. I mean, there's a lot of Big Ten representation here. I don't think we're quite there yet, but with another pretty good recruiting class we have forming here, hopefully closing in on a couple more this week that we really need. And then with the off-season training again and the big strides, next year could possibly be the year that we finally make that leap to have a chance to win the Big Ten and to be eligible for the college football playoff. For now, however, looking one step ahead, we have Washington next. Washington's a good team. This is not going to be an easy game. They're pretty close to us, comparably. So we really do need to play well. Gold helmet, maroon face mask. We'll go with the gold pants to match. Like that look. I don't think we've used that combination yet, actually. Not with the maroon face mask. It's nice with our helmet stripe as well. Oh. Not purple chrome. Washington doesn't have a purple lid? What's the throwback helmet? Ah, yes. Ooh, I like that one. They do have a throwback uni, but we want white. Ooh, this is a good look. And I don't know. I bet Washington looks good with these helmets and these unis. But so do we. We gotta be ready to play. All right, fellas. We gotta lock in. No taking plays off this week. Lock in. Come on. Better than this. Yeah, dig in. What are you doing to get punched in the gut? It's gut check time. Get a stop. Make the tackle. There we are. Second 11. We're at our 18-yard line. Washington, again, is threatening to score here. And this isn't the kind of start we want. We don't want to give up 6 in the first opening drive. Little screen play. They got it set up pretty well. They do get a block, and it's going to make it a 3rd and short. 3rd and 2. Big 3rd down early on. They'll give. Defense gets there for the stop. No gain on the play for Corey Smith. They're going to go here. This could be a huge swinging momentum early for us if we can make this stop. They are going to run it. And we can tackle them forward, 1st and goal. We just didn't scrape well enough. I mean, as soon as we saw those O-linemen pull, we should have been all over that. We're going to get a couple more. It's going to be 2nd and goal from the 2. And it really is gut check time now for the defense. They're pounding the rock here. Jet sweep. They do give. Do we contain? Not well enough. Touchdown, Huskies. All right, offense has to answer. Offense was terrible last week. We need more. We really need Tevin Browning to step up. He's got to step up. Sounds like something off of ESPN. And we're too late on that. Oh, my. Right through the hands of Daniel Hayes. I mean, he ripped it out of his hands, basically. That felt all too familiar. That felt just like the USC game when I was too late on that curl route. But we have a 4th and 3, and we're not kicking the field goal here. Looks like we were able to make a stop. Did we turn them over? Not sure, but we got the ball back. We're not kicking this. 4th and 3. And they give us this for free. Daniel Hayes, 1st down. Might get one more snap off here before the end of the 1st quarter. We will. Big hole. Pratt up the middle. Up to the 4. That'll end the quarter. We are trailing 7-0 at home. Recruits in-house in a must-win game with our future a little bit at stake here. From the 4-yard line, it is a 2nd and 2. Pratt still in the backfield. Will give. He's got to hold the middle. Just short. Pretty much at the goal line from the 1. But it will be a new set of downs. 1st and goal. Going to turn and give to Pratt. And he does find the end zone. That's something we haven't seen these last couple weeks in these goal line scenarios. Touchdown Gophers. We get the answer we needed. And this thing should be tied up. We've got a 3rd down alert. We got a stop, and we've got the ball back. 3rd and 7. Did I just see 73-31? Michigan beat Michigan State. Oh, my. All right, we're probably looking for Pratt out of the backfield here, but there is a possibility that Johnson's open. I just think with that safety shading, it's unlikely, but we may have CC on the comeback. We're going to run a comeback with Hayes as well. We've got Johnson. Diving catch! What a play, Julian Johnson. A diving grab on 1st down. I really didn't think he needed to dive there, but I guess Browning put a lot on that one. What a catch for the tight end. Audible. I think Greg Joe's going to be wide open here. He is. Not the throw we wanted from Tevin Browning on that one. It'll be 2nd and 10. Would have been a nice gain on 1st down. Give on the RPO. DeMarcus Pratt picks up most of that. Makes it a 3rd and 4. Once again, high injury risk for Pratt. He is checked out now. Maponga checks in. We hit Greg Joe over the middle, 1st down. 1st and goal from the 2. Maponga remains in the game. He's going to get this one. And we're back to our struggles here on 1st and goal, at least. It'll be 2nd and goal. No gain on that one. 3 tight ends on the field. Julian Johnson makes a catch and falls into the end zone for a touchdown. Why not reward him for that great diving catch he had earlier in the drive? And he gritties his way across the end zone after that reception. And we are on top, 13-7. How about Julian Johnson? Defense gets another stop. We have a 3rd down alert again. It'll be a 3rd and 7 from the Washington 30. Safety showing a little pressure here. Might be blitzing. We can give Browning time. We don't have a lot of protection on this. We've got to get this out quick. He's not blitzing. He just showed. I would have reached from Mapanga, but there is a flag. What is this? If this is PI, it's a bad call. Oh. It's a pretty bad call. I mean, we're going to take the penalty, of course. That's not our problem, but that is a rough call. From the 18-yard line, it is a 1st and 10. Nope. We had it right the first time. What? There we go. Flip that one around. We're going to get Browning on the move here. He's going to put it up for CeCe. Tough catch. Good defense. They're all over that one. They had backside help. I wasn't anticipating. 2nd and 10. Hester into the game in the backfield. Fortunate that ball was not intercepted. And then it hit the ground as quickly as it did because that one was going to float if not. What is this? Why is he shading him to the outside so heavily? Got Greg Joe on the cross. He kind of makes an awkward catch. Has an effect on the outcome of that one. So it's going to be a 4th and 2. We're going to keep the offense on the field. I like Hester still in the game. I'd like to just give it to him here. Can our offensive line win this? I mean, we have the advantage up front. If we hold our block, they do. But we try to get to the second level. Just finish the first block. Our right guard. So we turn that one over. But we get another stop. And we're back to the Washington 21-yard line. That was an interception. That was Riley Pettijohn. How about that? But it's a 3rd and 8 as we hop back in. We've got him. No, we don't. What is this throw? Oh, what is the throw from Tevin Browning? There is a flag. I'm not sure what this is. What is that throw? Oh, it's pass interference. Okay, it was an awkward catch, an interception. We will accept, and that'll extend the drive. We get the fortune of another call. I really don't... I'm confused by this throw. I mean, to me, the safety is actually taking the post. This is wide open. But there's... that's the PI. That actually makes sense. It doesn't really... What an interception. What a catch here. I guess he does cut him off, but it doesn't really explain the placement of that ball. I mean, get it out there, but I think the reason it's thrown so short, I guess, is because of the contact. But either way, Tevin Browning needs to throw this ball to the corner of the end zone. I mean, what are we... So fortunate for us. And that's the fullback, Whitley. Probably not ideal to have him in that situation. It'll be 2nd and goal from the 6-yard line. Maponga's in the game. Pratt's still banged up. I mean, it's an every week thing. I don't know if we need to turn down the effective wear and tear. But it's been an every week thing, and this feels a lot like college football 25 now at this point. Mapanga will score. And we will extend our lead. Make it 20-7. Be a big end of the half. We can hold them. We do. And we have another opportunity to extend our lead here in the 3rd quarter. It's a 3rd and 8 from the Washington 32-yard line. We have Greg Joe. Browning is just missing these. I mean, he had the step. Got to make that throw. 49-yard field goal with Kyle Mount. We're going to try it because it makes it a 3-possession game, but I don't love the chances of this. I'm going to give him a 20 to 25% chance of making this. There is wind to deal with as well. Oof. I mean, we do our job. Does he... Oh, my. I can't wait to get a new kicker. We missed out on Rico Dial. Oh, we have another penalty on Washington. Roughing the kicker. My goodness, they are self-imploding defensively with these penalties. And that will keep our drive alive. Well, from the 17-yard line, we're going to play this drive out. Wow. A brutal mistake for Washington. Tevin Browning. Oh my goodness, Galloway makes an incredible effort on this one, but it's upended and cannot make the catch. It'll be 2nd and 10. We give to Maponga up the middle. He'll get only 2. And it makes it another 3rd and 8. Marcus Pratt still out of the game. We have a screen. We have nothing. Oh, but Maponga shakes the first defender, and that actually makes this a manageable 4th and 2. And we'll keep the offense out here. I actually like the idea of throwing here. But no. The timing's there, and is that Saukup? Saukup has a touchdown. Our old friend from last season who had a lot of reps did improve a bit in the offseason, and he's got himself a touchdown. I believe that is his first touchdown of the season, but that comes at a good time. No better time than now. Alan Saukup makes it 27-7. Browning takes the hit and is able to get that one out there on target. We'll extend our lead. Washington does score 28-14. They have another opportunity. They score again. It's 28-21. Good old Super Sim down the stretch. Always making things interesting. I mean, it's no coincidence that when it's almost every single game this happens, clearly something is off in the coding of Super Sim and how this works. Greg Joe's got the first down. Big catch. 2:56 to go. Washington will use their first timeout. Now we're playing this out. 44 attempts today for Tevin Browning. Doesn't beat his, what was it last week? He had over 60 pass attempts. Get it out. Really didn't want to give them an opportunity to stop the clock, but we're on a draw on 2nd down. Maponga just doesn't quite have the burst to outrun that linebacker. So that's going to make it 3rd and 8. Again, I feel like we've said 3rd and 8 so many times this game. Here we go. Greg Joe makes the catch. Makes it another 4th and manageable. I mean, we're not kicking this as much as I'd love to. Kyle Mount is just not dependable enough in these spots. So it's 4th and 2. And this becomes potentially the game that's going to give Washington a great chance to tie this thing up if we are unsuccessful here. But if we pick it up, this should be it. Julian Johnson has the catch. First down, he makes a man miss downfield, stays in bounds, and is inside the 10. And that could do it. Julian Johnson has been pretty nice X factor for us this season. Pratt back in the game. He is alive after all. And he'll get the 2-minute warning to rest just a little more. 2-minute timeout. Washington is out of timeouts. Now, with recruits in-house, we're looking to get a blowout win. And it might not be a blowout going up 2 scores, but it looks a lot better than a 7-point game. So we're looking to score. From the 4-yard line, we're going to see what happens here. Minute 25 to go. The worst thing that could possibly happen right now, and our karma would be fumbling the ball. We got to trust our players. Marcus Pratt stopped at the 1. 3rd and goal from the 1. Fake to Joe, give to Pratt, and he's got a touchdown. That'll extend it to 14. Looks a little better for our recruits. And our greed pays off. We did what we had to do. When you have recruits in-house, you want to get convincing wins. Nail-biters are fun if it is a big-time opponent. Rivalry games. But when it's Washington and there isn't a ton of influence gained from winning, we have to try to also get the bonus of a convincing victory. And final play of the game here. Was he not past the line of scrimmage? And we'll give up this. No, we won't. We'll break it up, fortunately. But our DB makes a really awkward play on the ball, or attempt to play the ball. And the final score, 35-21. Minnesota wins. We bounce back from the upset letdown game last week on the road against Maryland to knock off the Washington Huskies and move to 8-2 on the season and improve our Big Ten Conference record as well. Offensively, we put up 421 yards of offense. Outgained them per play. Had 308 yards passing. 113 yards on the ground today. Browning was 26 of 44, nearly 60%. He did have an interception, 2 touchdowns. Maponga led us in carries. Pratt's been banged up. Consistently banged up. Maponga with 14 for 46. Not a great day on the ground. He did have a fumble as well. How about Clark Whitley getting a carry for 24 yards? That must have been in Super Sim. That is an unexpected result. Greg Joe, 8 for 85 today. Ismail Cece, 6 for 72. Julius Johnson, 5 for 65 yards and a touchdown. The 1 catch today for Alan Soukup results in a touchdown as well. Riley Pettijohn as the aforementioned interception. And Jameer Stuckey also with an interception today. We had a total, looks like just 1 sack. But the defense did enough. It's just those Super Sim situations in the second half that gets to be old. It never fails that they'll rally. And always make things interesting. Well, let's see how this game impacts our recruiting. I also did make a few adjustments to the wear and tear sliders just to try to balance things out a little better. But great news going into this week. Casey Gaylor from Cleveland, Ohio does commit, so we don't lose a commitment here. We did have a recruiting battle. We thought, though, if we got the Washington game taken care of, that we'd probably win this one, and we do. He was on campus, and the Cleveland, Ohio right tackle does commit to the Gophers. DeMarco Boone, the right edge from Duncanville, Texas, another 3-star, also does commit. So a successful week. They are just 3 stars, but they're necessary players in our program. Otherwise, Al Alstott, whom I don't believe was on campus, but we have passed Louisville, which is great. We're back in front, but we are in a battle with Louisville for him. Darren Burris is visiting this week. Bruce Ham is visiting this week. These are both 4-star players, so another big week for us for recruiting with recruits on campus. Dom Flowers, the 3-stars, reached his top 3, and Felix Kuma has narrowed it down to his top 5. We have Illinois, and this is a absolute must-have game. We remain at number 23. Illinois 3-7 and only 1-6 in conference play. Not terrible on paper, but we certainly should be a considerably better team. We're still 7th in the Big Ten after our 2 losses. USC remains undefeated. Oregon, UCLA, and Nebraska with just 1 loss apiece. I mean, in other news, the Heisman top 5, Marcel Reed is still the favorite from USC. I just still wasn't super moved when we saw him in the game we played, but he's clearly had a tremendous season outside of that. Big game for Jermaine Price. Louisiana Tech getting the shout out. So the main recruits we have left, I mean, we need to make sure we finish the Al Alstott battle. We're going all in everything we can do. He is visiting... He is visiting campus this week, correct? Am I wrong on that? No, he was on campus. He did not commit. That is surprising. So he's visited both Louisville and Minnesota and not committed. We still have to be in the driver's seat, but I'm really surprised we were not able to gain a commitment. Burris visits this week, as we said. I want to look at Allstott's... How did his visit impact... So he did the trophy tour. We had complimentary visits. We were a clear winner, so that last touchdown really did make a difference. But the lower tier opponent doesn't give a huge boost, so we missed potentially on some of that. And, I mean, we talked about that. Our final games on schedule when we had visits, we just didn't have the type of opponent we needed to garner a huge level of influence. And with a few of these recruits, we are, with the time we don't have a lot of visits left to schedule. So we will move some of these from soft sells to hard sells. But I also want to be wise about how we distribute these hours, because we could look to grab some last minute recruits as well. Hopefully a couple of these, like Chong, he has narrowed it down to his top 3. He's not scheduled to visit until next week, but if we can actually get him to commit a week early, we'd save some time. Ham is a huge one. He's visiting, and Alabama's really making a run here. So we're doing everything we can. We need to make sure we get the win this week. I think we win this recruitment so long as we win this game. But he's only... No, he is in his top 3. I take that back. He crossed into his top 3 this past week. That's correct. And with Broderick Hyde having playing time as his deal breaker, we're still going to leave him on the board. Same with Trapp. You never know. I don't know what we need to do for Moncrief. Well, I do know. But we're not getting enough tackles from our outside linebackers, and it's not improving. I mean, what are we supposed to do? With Tam being a 4-star, not visiting until next week, Auburn really making a run. We do need to move from clocked in, well, the soft sell of clocked in up to a hard sell. And the biggest keys with these recruitments is timing. Knowing when we need to make the jumps, when we can actually save ourselves time. In a situation like with Flowers, he just narrowed it down to his top 3. Nobody else is really doing anything. We can afford to ride it out. Otagwe is really close to committing to Tulane. Now, he is not visited there. And if we can survive the week, we might be able to sneak this one in last minute and sweep him away from Tulane. And we're going to try to make it happen. We had 1 slot left. We're going to bump it all the way up back to 50 hours as well and maximize his time. Let's see if we can close the gap completely. It's just going to be tough. He's so close to committing to Tulane, and the fact that we have to wait 1 more week, it might just be too little too late, but we'll see. I think Kuma's definitely going to spill into the offseason. I'm really fine with what we're doing here. don't see us losing on this one. And we have other priorities here, like Malik Thomas. We want to make sure we get this done. He's in his top 8. We want him to get to his top 5 soon, but it's probably another case where it's going to go to the offseason. We do move up to the top 4 for Bober, and he's not down to his top 5. So I think we're okay here with 25 hours as well. Trinidad just in his top 10, but now that we're up to number 1, we can offer. We don't get the instant commitment. With 35 hours left, let's at least bump it to 10. And now with our kicker that we started recruiting last week, we didn't move into his top 10 yet. And he's really close to shrinking this to 8. The only chance we have is giving him a full 50. So we will not be able to add anybody else to our board. Is there anywhere else we need to spend these last 5 hours just to be on the safe side? I think with Tam, with Auburn making a hard run, we'll invest these hours here, and we are ready to go. This is a new look we're going to run this week. We haven't worn this combination yet. I don't think we've worn the gold jersey at all, actually. And for Illinois, I really loathe their current helmet. And deeply prefer this 90s look. Now, given that we are wearing the gold, we definitely don't want to give them orange. I don't think we're going to give them white uniforms either. We're going to let them wear their navy on the road this week. How do their orange pants look? This will work. We're hoping for a blowout win. We want another convincing win. We're not going to get a big bonus just for winning this game because Illinois is such an inferior opponent in lower tier. So with the recruits we do have on campus, we want to win convincingly. We want that bonus, maybe even the blowout win. We didn't get a blowout win last week. I think there was a tier beyond the point spread we had. So we're going for the absolute blowout. Let's make it 3 scores or more. I mean, 8-2 on the season is really nice to see. We've been so... We've hovered around 500 these past 2 seasons. Having an 8-2 record, I mean 5-2 in conference play is a tremendous step up for us. We're going to hit Johnson, and he's going to drop that one on 3rd and 9. And unfortunately, we're going to have to punt. We may have turned them over, though. We're back in their 35-yard line. No, they punted. And we're right back into Illinois territory. So another 3rd and 9. We're going to be changing up this play call a bit. Can we run a wheel with... Yes. Marcus Pratt. Greg Joe beat him? No, we don't get it out there. We tried to hit Hayes on the other side. Maybe waited just a second too long. We're in another situation that it's tough to go from it from here, but I also don't feel a lot of value in the punt unless we pin them. So we're going to let it roll. We're going to try to pick this up. And Brownie just misses the throw. We actually had him. I mean, we had that. He's been missing some throws lately, which isn't great. Now Illinois threatening to score. They're up to our 14-yard line, a 3rd and 1. Not the kind of start we wanted offensively, certainly. But can we get a stop and get this thing back under control? Stuckey does. Will they go for it, though, on 4th and 3? Looks like they are going to kick. 2 rushes, -5 yards thus far for their starting back. Tough wide-angle kick. Not a gimme. I'm not sure why it went in slow motion. Maybe because it's dramatic, because he hits the upright and it's no good. And this game... All right, we've held them off the scoreboard. We have a big first quarter drive again here. We need to put some points on the board. So we're starting this drive from our own 20. Which, of course, follows the missed field goal. And DeMarcus Pratt gets us 9.5 on first down. With those wear and tear adjustments, we'll see how fresh he remains this game this week, because every game it's been an issue. Mapanga is in to spell him here on this carry, and 2nd and inches turns into a first down, and we're up to our own 39. What do we have for... I mean, we're going to grind it out, and he's already checking out of the game. We will turn it to keep fresh, but let's see how many carries Pratt actually ends up with today. It just feels like the wear and tear has gotten worse this season compared to the first two, so I don't know if the mechanism, the mechanic in the game has gotten worse or what in recent updates. But we pick up 6 on this one. It's 2nd and 4. Mapanga is still in the game. There goes Mapanga again, another first down, and we are across midfield to the Illinois 49-yard line. And we have Whitley into the game now at running back, our fullback. And this is where you know something's broken. Why? Okay. Well, we're in trouble here. There's nothing for Browning. We're just going to throw this one away. Would have been a horrendous sack if we would have... I suppose because it's a power set, so we're looking for a power back, but Whitley just should not be getting carries. Mapanga picks up another 6 yards. It's 3rd and 4. We'll have to extend this drive once again. So, clearly, our wear and tear adjustments haven't fixed anything. Pratt seems to be MIA yet again. Daniel Hayes, though, will extend this drive. And we are up to the 37-yard line of Illinois. Another first down. Another carry from Mapanga. We'll pick up 5. I mean, we're having success on the ground. And we should against Illinois. This is an opponent we should be able to run the ball against. This is what we were doing early in the season against some of our weaker opponents on the schedule. And another first down. We're pretty much getting all we want here. And Gerard Batts is into the game at quarterback. So wear and tear and substitutions are still broken. Let's see if this fixes it. We did talk about this before as our next possible solution. Substituting from the in-game menu. Let's see if that fixes it on 2nd down. 2nd and 8. It does. Browning and Pratt are back in. So that might be our workaround for the time being to fix that bug. Greg Joe, catch over the middle. Pratt delivers that one for a gain of 6. It'll be a 3rd and 2. And with the way we're running the ball this drive, we're just going to keep it on the ground here. Another first down, up to the 3rd. So far, our manual substitution in game has worked to keep both Tevin Browning and DeMarcus Pratt on the field. And Pratt will take this carry, and he's going to pick up another 4. And we've been running all over Illinois on this series. Oh, misdirection play again. Pratt another first down, and he's inside the 5 to the 2-yard line, where we have a 1st and goal. We're looking to finally get on the board here as the first quarter comes to an end. And Pratt will score, and that's a touchdown for Minnesota. And I guess we're rocking the baby here at the end of the first quarter. DeMarcus Pratt continues his phenomenal season as our starting running back. But Illinois not going away, of course. They are up to our 18-yard line on a 2nd and 5. Let's see if our defense can get another stop here. It's quarterback option, a read option. Quarterback keeps it, I should say. No gain. He's not real quick from the look of things. And it'll be a 3rd and 5. They already have a missed field goal. Could another drive stall out for the Illini? They're going to throw here on 3rd and 5. And a sack is made. That's Tyson Ford. Makes it a 4th and 11, and they will need to kick. 0 for 1 already on the day. This one a little better centered, but a little farther as well. And Another slow motion kick. Is this one threatening to hit the upright again? And it does! Another missed field goal off the right upright. If we were having an upright contest, Schaefer would be legendary. But he's 0 for 2 on field goal attempts. And it remains 7-0. But Illinois again gets a stop. They get the ball. It's a 3rd and 7 from our 39. I mean, our defense has been bending a bit today against this inferior opponent. But we said, I mean, they're worse than us on paper, but they're not terrible. Pressure gets to him. He gets this ball away. Pettijohn downfield has an interception. And he's got some room to run. He'll cross the 40 on our side of the field to the 42. Riley Pettijohn, I believe it was Riley Pettijohn, was downfield in coverage, and he comes away with the interception. We don't have 2 Pettijohns, right? Why was he so deep in coverage? That is Riley Pettijohn. I guess we were in man coverage, but that ball just fluttered and floated forever as he was getting hit on the throw. And we have a 3rd down alert, 3rd and 1 from the Illinois 49-yard line. Little motion. Will give. Pratt's got a hole. The safety blitz, and he didn't get there. So we are up to the 39-yard line. He's got 11 for 70 today. Another 3rd down alert. 3rd and 8, our favorite down. We're at just the 36 now on this one. Too much time we have to throw. We're going to hit Hayes on the in route. Downfield. He's got the... that's not Hayes. That's Cece. Ismail Cece picks up the 1st down. We do convert 3rd. It's a red zone alert. 1st and 10 from the 13. Got to flip this one. We're going to the short side of the field. Don't love it. We can't flip it? Okay. We'll just run the ball. And we jump. Never fails to try to change the play twice. Somebody jumps. Another great bug in college football 26. I think that's an issue that carried over from 25 to 26, but has never been fixed. Just amazes me. Some of these things that they just never take the time to iron out. But DeMarcus Pratt with a big carry on 1st and 15 gets us up to the 6 and makes it 2nd and 3. It's a gain of 12. He is a little banged up, but he's been able to maintain his on-the-field status after we manually substituted him back into the game. Galloway, catch made, touchdown. Gophers back in the end zone. We do extend this to 2 possessions. And had Illinois made those 2 field goals they missed, this would still be a 1-possession game. But those cost them, and looks like we turned them over again. Yes, Trevon Howard with an interception because we are back to the 15-yard line on 1st and 10. And we have a chance to blow this thing wide open. Now we'll see how Super Sim works out in the second half. We know the 3rd quarter usually is when the game tightens up. But we got to get it to 3 scores first. That's a catch of just 3 yards on 1st down to CC. Here is going to be another rushing attempt for Pratt. We'll give it to him. No block from Whitley, but Pratt somehow makes something out of it. Gets inside the 5 to the 1-yard line. And we have a 1st and goal from there. He made something out of nothing. Pratt remains in the game. Can he stretch this one out and beat the edge rusher? He does. Touchdown. Gophers in the end zone again, and that makes it 20-0. A tremendous success on the ground. And we get another stop. It was a punt. We have a 2-minute drill. Chance to make this 4 possessions. Prior to halftime, we have 1:22 and 2 timeouts remaining to do just that. And it starts off with a good gain as Galloway will catch that one and get knocked out of bounds at our 33. And that'll leave 1:16 left. Saves the timeout. Draw play here in the ensuing play. DeMarcus Pratt makes a gain of just 2. 2nd and 8 from our 34-yard line. We're going to hit Pratt out of the backfield. He makes the catch. Gain of 5, 3rd and 3. like Joe or CC on this one. Greg Joe, first down, will get out of bounds as well and stop the clock. Up to our 45 with 46 seconds left. Another man across the middle. That's Joe again. Doesn't pick up the first down, so the clock runs. 2nd and 1. We've crossed midfield. 35 seconds left. Going to take the check down. Pratt can't make a miss. We actually lose yards, 3 yards. That is a waste of a down and time. So it makes it actually 3rd and 4. We lose 3. Timeout, Minnesota. Gonna throw the smoke out there. Slot corner is all over that. Makes it 4th down. I mean, from here, it's probably unwise to go for this, but we will. It'll be 4th and 3, 23 seconds left. Illinois does have 2 timeouts. I mean, we don't want to give them the ball here and give them a chance to put some points on the board before half, but we really want to score some more points ourselves, and we have a chance because Greg Joe does pick this up. 19 seconds ago, we're going to no huddle. We're up to the 39. Joe, another catch. Not going to get the first down. 9 seconds left. We'll take our final timeout. Goldie does the Carlton. We're not kicking this yet. It's out of Kyle Mount's comfort range. He truly is an awful kicker. Yankee Blue here. Risky throw. Pass broken up. So probably for the best, as there's just 5 seconds. We are going to have to give Mount a chance. Extend this to 24 if he can hit. The wind is not our friend. I mean, we just hold the power too long. And Kyle Mount misses another one. Nailed the accuracy, but overkicked it. We go to the second half. 3rd down alert. We've held them scoreless thus far. Could be a shutout. Maybe Super Sim will actually not make this one weird, too. 3rd and 6. Broken up. Safety's there. I thought there was a little bit of a window, but we're going to actually go for this. From the 31. We just don't trust Mount from anything outside of 40 yards. Maybe a little too late to throw that one, and we were. If we hit Pratt right away, just didn't see it. We have that, but Taiwan Cox is able to break on that one, and now Illinois does score. And they score again, of course, because why wouldn't they? Why did we not get a... I skipped a moment. I guess we scored. So it's 28-14. Illinois, if you didn't notice, scored twice and made it a 1-possession game. Fortunately, we were able to answer and extend it back to 2 scores. But 4th and 14. We want the blowout win, so we want to keep some tabs on this one, but... And they pick this up. What are we doing defensively? We are in cover 2. How are we allowing this tight end to be this... I mean, we need a stop and a score. We're trying to win by at least 2 scores. And Illinois has a chance to outright win this game. They got the 2-point conversion on their last touchdown. It is absolutely astounding. How does he get rid of that? He throws it away. That's not intentional grounding, I guess. He was in the pocket, under duress, and he just chucks it away, but apparently a receiver was in the vicinity. Okay. I think that's called if it's on us. Pettijohn sees it, but luckily that ball sailed, and it's 3rd and 10. I'm so tired of Super Sim. I mean, it's completely maddening. 4th and 7. They do complete that one for a short gain. We need the ball here. We want to stop right now. Broke it up. We take over. We're going to go score. We're not letting... Nope, we're playing. We are playing. We're going to score. We're going to open this thing back up. It's a 6-point game. We're not even worried about chewing clock. We are going to score a touchdown is our goal right now. Pass interference? No? Okay. We got completely knocked off our route. Nothing called. 2nd and 10. 2:10 left. And now we can't get anything going on the ground. No gain. We actually lose a yard. 3rd and 11. And then we might be depending on Kyle Mount to open this thing up to 9. Unbelievable. Let's see if we can pick this up. 3rd and 11. We get the screen. We get a block, but not enough. We're going to have to kick it from the right hash. They're going to get the 2-minute timeout. They do use a timeout. 39-yard field goal. Right on the edge of his range. We might have missed another one. Kyle Mount is so fucking bad. How do you miss it that far? I mean, and Illinois has another opportunity to go win the game. I can't believe those words are coming out of my mouth. Unbelievable. Sack from Manny Labino. Our 5th of the game. Clock will run. I don't believe they took a timeout. Did they? They did. So they have 1 timeout left. It's 2nd and 17. Big loss of 7. They try to get it out wide. He's hit as he throws, and it falls incomplete. It's 3rd and 17. From their own 15-yard line. They're going to be short. You know this is 4-down territory. They get most of that back. They pick up 12, and it's 4th and 5. They don't use a timeout. We batted in the air. It falls incomplete. We have 2 opportunities to intercept it, but we will take over. And with 1:29 left, our objective has not changed. We are still looking to score. We want a decisive victory, and right now it's a 6-point game, which is not decisive. Hayes has a catch. Timeout Illinois, their final of the game. It's 2nd and 4 from the 21. We give to Pratt. He makes a man miss with a spin, picks up a 1st down. You'd think we'd nail it, but we're not. We're not even chewing clock. We're scoring touchdowns. And we're giving jet sweeps to Greg Joe, who picks up a gain of 8 up to the 8-yard line. Stop suggesting the kneel. We're not kneeling. DeMarcus Pratt, 1st down, inside the 5 to the 4. He's a little banged up, but Chuck Cross has a complete crazed look in his eye as he emphatically tells Pratt to suck it up and finish the game. And that's exactly what he does. Touchdown to Marcus Pratt. We extend it to 12. And for the grace of God, I sure hope that's where it ends. An interception by Stuckey. With 13 seconds left, we're looking to score one more time. From the 41-yard line, we still have 3 timeouts. And all that means to me is that we have likely 3 opportunities to go put some more points on the board. And that's what we're trying to do. We get it out to Hayes. It's 1-on-1. It's batted up and broken up. Good play by the corner on that one. It's 2nd and 10. 8 seconds to go. It's 1-on-1 again for Hayes. It's a terrible throw from Browning. I mean, honestly, who are you even trying to throw that ball to? He's had some really head-scratching throws these past couple games. And right now, I mean, he's feeling it. He's on fire. Could have fooled me. One more chance. He heaves it up to Cece. It's 1-on-1. It's broken up. 34-22. We'll live with it. It's not the decisive victory we wanted, but between the 14 points Illinois just magically scores in the 3rd quarter after being held scoreless and the 2-point conversion on their final score, they made it an interesting game. I couldn't jump into the game. I couldn't slow down the key moments because that was our goal, to stop the bleeding. Super Sim is so broken and has been since College 25. It's broken in Madden too. It's clear that the agenda is to make any game where two teams are remotely close in overall interesting. I mean, there's enough evidence and data at this point to fully support that notion. So Browning goes 23 of 47, under 50% today. 2 touchdowns and an interception. Pratt, though, was the story of our offense. He has 29 carries as he finally is able to stay on the field. 172 yards, averages nearly 6 yards a carry. 3 touchdowns. Mapanga with 6 for 41. He averages nearly 7 yards a carry today. Greg Joe, 8 for 73 through the air. Pratt also contributes 5 catches for 23 yards. Galloway scores a touchdown today. Julian Johnson with a touchdown today. And our defense really steps up. A number of sacks. Pettijohn with a number of tackles and interception. If this doesn't, he is an outside linebacker. If this does not move, our deal breaker, then I don't know what will. Because the deal breaker we have in place with playing style doesn't make sense to me if this game has no impact. If this game doesn't move our grade up, then there's nothing we can do and it's broken. So with our recruits we have on campus, do we lock some more commitments? Al Alstott has committed. We were in a battle with Louisville. He didn't commit after visiting us the week prior, but he finally makes up his mind, and we do get our 3-star quarterback, Al Alstott. Darren Burris from Littleton, Colorado, the 4-star running back, has committed, and he joins a deep running back room. We are loaded at running back. We have guys redshirted this season. We have DeMarcus Pratt balling this year. Nate Mapanga having a great season as the number 2. We also do gain the commitment from Bruce Ham from Cumming, Georgia. Coming on in, the left edge. And Benji Chong from Wilmette, Illinois has also committed. He's a 3-star center. A great week for us recruiting-wise. Moncrief has narrowed it down to his top 5. We're still, I believe, locked out, unless our grade dramatically changed. Brand exposure has moved up to a C+. We don't have anyone with risk of transfer there, but it is good to see that. So we do have Tavon Tam visiting this week. Auburn has actually passed us here, and we were afraid of that. But fortunately, again, he's visiting this week. Otagwe also does not commit to Tulane, and he's visiting. This worked out exactly how we wanted. We were able to catch them. We were afraid. He was right on the doorstep of making a commitment, but we went all out last week, 50 hours, and now he visits. We scheduled a visit. And we are in the driver's seat as long as we beat Wisconsin. Dalvin Moncrief, we're still locked out. And his playing style does not increase. I mean, Riley Pettijohn was our leading tackler this past week. They play the same position. Britton Bober, we've moved up to 4th. He's reached his top 5. Obviously, his next step is to narrow it down to 3. So we do need to use some of these hours now that we've freed up to try to get within his top 3. Jason Trinidad, we're up to number 1. I guess we were already number 1. But Ramos, Jorge Ramos, we were not in his top 10 last week. We skyrocket all the way to 1st, and God knows we need a kicker. He's the number 1 kicker in this class, and Kyle Mount cannot leave our program soon enough. It's the battle for Paul Bunyan's axe. We're up to number 21. Last year, we blew this final game of the season. It cost us a bowl game. We are much better than Wisconsin, and we absolutely have to get this done. There's recruits at stake. The level of bowl game that we're eligible for is at stake. This will be our first bowl game of the series. But if we lose this game, yes, we'll have a bowl game, but the quality will be terrible. And the momentum that we've gained this season will virtually be lost. We'd fall out of the top 25. So we have All-Star committed. Burris is committed. Maydu's still out on us. Of course, he's still committed to Iowa. Now we're closing in on top 3 for Sean Lemons. It really isn't a needle mover. I just wish we could do something about Moncrief. I don't understand. I truly don't. I've looked at this, I feel like 3 times now, but I don't get it. What is his... Hold on. He is a thumper. Maybe that's what I'm overlooking. So he's a thumper. And we just need total tackles. And the impact is very high. I don't understand. Riley Pettijohn led our team in tackles. But it's not enough. I don't know. Total tackles 53. I don't get it. I just don't. I just don't. I don't get it. It's as bad as it can possibly be. We have a D-. Okay. Don't love this. Auburn did pass us, as we mentioned. We're at 45 hours. He's visiting this week. So I think we're still in control here. But we'll give him that extra sprinkle of 10 to maximize his time. We have 220 hours now. So what we can do, we know some of these guys are likely going to extend into the offseason. I do feel like Flowers, if we were to just go hard sell this week, he might commit. But I think we are going to go look at the recruiting board again and see if there's anybody else that we can bring in. It's really cornerback, I feel like, that we need. I mean, we have Bober now that we moved up on. But the huge news here was with Otagwe going all in. We're actually in control of this. He's getting close to a commitment. We just finally caught Tulane, and he's on campus this week. They are unable to schedule him. I think we virtually have it locked up. All right, we've made a few additions to our board. Chad Howard's a free safety. He's an in-state player. We're already number 3. I mean, we've done nothing here. But we can quickly skyrocket, I think, up the board on these guys. And even here, with this one only being narrowed down for Tyree Moffitt to his top 5. He's a Sam linebacker. Purdue is the only school that's made any sort of... Sean Westbrook, we know how bad we need corner. He's from Chicago, Illinois. Another 3-star. Still only in his top 10. Even just going 25 hours this week, maybe we just go 50, just be certain. I think we'll move all the way up to 1, and then we can offer a scholarship next week, and maybe we'll just swipe 1 or 2 of these guys right out. Chad Haggerty is a JUCO sophomore. Not my favorite to recruit, but it's a middle linebacker, and this is a position we really haven't hit much. And that still leaves us with 25 hours. So I think what we'll do is go 35 here. We have 15 left. Let's increase Howard another 10. And then we're actually just going to give Ramos these last 5. And we're set. And again, we do have a couple more recruits in-house for this Wisconsin game. We know it's a must-have. We can't drop a game like this. We did last season. We talked about it earlier. It cost us big time, and it would here too. We're just so much better than them that we can't lose. I'm really not a big fan of these uniforms, even with the black helmet. I absolutely hate the collar. And I hate the fact that they have black in our arsenal to begin with. It just doesn't even make sense for the Gophers. We don't need a black jersey just for the sake of having one. But we'll roll with it. We're going to give Wisconsin the red face mask as it does look better. And again, we want to win decisively. We know it's hard to do when we do key moments. But if we can have a big enough first half, maybe just to leave no question. Who knows, though? We were up 3 scores in Illinois. They got it to 6. They had a chance to take the lead twice. This is a rivalry game, so there is added stakes and a bonus for that as well. And let's see what the number 21 team can do here. Those helmets were probably an awful choice. There's no gold anywhere else on our uniform, and I regret that selection. We look terrible. This is a terrible look. We could have went maroon pants. I thought it looked weird, but at least there was gold trim. But this just looks awful. Well, we're on defense. It's a 3rd and 9 on our side of the field. We do have a ways to go. We should make the stop. And we'd like to end up with decent field position here by doing so. They pick up the blitz well. It's a tough ball thrown out there. We do break it up. Deloche is there. That one just floated too long. And we have a 3rd down alert from their 41. It's a 3rd and 5. Let's see if Tevin Browning can be a little more efficient in the first half this week. He's just been missing on some throws. Gonna hit Julian Johnson on the run. Does he get a block? No, not downfield, but he does get inside the 20 and picks up the 1st down. Drive will continue. And so from the 18-yard line, we'll continue this drive. Pratt had a little room, just couldn't get through there quick enough. It's 2nd and 8. Been a big season for DeMarcus Pratt. Other than these goofy substitution glitches, he's really been phenomenal for us. Greg Joe has also been maybe our biggest X factor in our offense. And it was a little unexpected. He's a true sophomore. Didn't get really any run last season. Was only playing out of necessity because we didn't have any depth at wide receiver. But how about also Julian Johnson, who scores again this week? And this has been the type of play at tight end we just have not had in this series until this season. Julian Johnson's really broken out. And he's got 2 4-star tight ends. One that is currently being redshirted. Hopefully he doesn't leave because of pro potential. But another that we are just bringing in. Next year's a true freshman. And if Ogbenaya doesn't leave and transfer, Julian Johnson's going to have some competition. But he's been a really good player for us. And he should at least have the tight end 2 spot under wraps. But we'll have to see how this transfer portal plays out. It's 3rd and 3. We do take over again. And also Appalachian State in the top 25. Greg Joe, another 1st down. Again, he's just been so reliable. And we'll pick up again on the very next play. 7-0, looking to extend our lead. We're at the Wisconsin 19. We're going to give Pratt the ball on 1st down. Not going to find much, maybe a yard. 2nd and 9. Try to pull the defense out a little bit here. Johnson splits out wide. We're going to give it right back to Pratt. He's got a big hole. Pratt up the middle for a 1st down, up to the 7. Let's run some play action and try to get Browning a pass here. We'll have to be on the move. We need to contain the edge. They do bite on the play action. He's going to have to make a tough throw on the run. He's unable to hit. Johnson, I believe, was the target there. So it'll be 2nd and goal from the 7. Browning will turn and hand to Pratt. Patient run. Pick up a few. It'll make it 3rd and goal from the 4. Ooh, Julian Johnson's hurt. And just when we get done talking him up, we could be without our number 1 tight end here. Hopefully nothing serious. Oh, gross. Walsh into the game. That's a name we've pretty much forgotten about for good reason. But Galloway has a touchdown, and he's been in the end zone a couple times these past couple weeks. And we extend this thing to 2 scores. $14-0. We have the ball again. Another opportunity here. It's a 3rd and 8 from the Wisconsin 43. Johnson is back into the game. Good news for our offense. We probably had him on the check down. We go to Pratt downfield. He's unable to bring that one in. It makes it 4th and 8 from the 48. We will punt. And now Wisconsin was threatening to score. Did we turn them over? It's a 3rd down alert for us, but they quickly lost possession of that one. As they were up to our 27-yard line. They maybe missed a field goal, or we turned them over. I'm not sure which. We've got a man across the middle. Who else? Greg Joe. 1st down into Wisconsin territory to the 29. Mapanga checks into the game. Sun setting here. Beautiful view of Huntington Bank Stadium. That's another first down. Nate Maponga picks that one up. And now DeMario Hester is into the game. Could be facing that substitution glitch again. We'll have to keep our eyes on that. Hester isn't able to find anything on that carry. It is still Hester here. 2nd and 10. That's okay. We'll let him get some snaps. And Hester will get another carry. They'll pick up just 3. Makes it 3rd and 7. Now we have a lineman hurt. That's Brett Carroll. And Hester remains in the game. So I feel like... Yeah. Definitely ran into that glitch again. And Greg Joe's got another one, and he's rewarded with a touchdown. Greg Joe. He has been so effective out of the slot for us, especially on 3rd down. And he turns that one into a touchdown. And Brett Carroll has elbow bursitis. We'll sub him out. We don't need to risk unnecessary injuries in this one. We are blowing Wisconsin out early. They're going for it on 4th down and 1 from our 19. So they do have a chance here if they convert on this one to put some points on the board. But if we get a stop, we'll slam the door on their scoring efforts. And they will, looks like, pick this one. Oh, he sheds a tackle. He's still going. And that could be 6. And it is. My good, what an effort by Jones. Wow. Well, Wisconsin does put points on the board. Gets us back down to 2 scores. That was an incredible run. And we have a chance with under 2 to go get some more points before half. We'll start from our own 34. I can't believe that run. We're going to throw back shoulder to Cece, but the timing just is not there. He was open. The corner blitzed. We had him, but unfortunately we were not able to connect. If we get a linebacker matchup on Joe without safety help, this will be big for us, but we're going to have to get it out early. There's another blitz, and they've got an interception. The ball flutters, and it's right into his lap. And big number 91's got an interception. That was gift wrapped, and Wisconsin can suddenly get this thing to 2 scores, but no. Did we turn that? We turned them back over. Taron Nichols with an interception gives us the ball right back from our 23, and we get one more shot with 3 timeouts and 58 seconds to work with to extend our lead. Johnson, catch made. We're going to get on the ball. No huddle. 2nd and 4. We've got Greg Joe. He's wide open across the middle. 1st down and more. We're up to our 39. Clock will stop temporarily. Continue going, no huddle. Browning taking it himself. Probably a bad idea. We're going to have to burn a timeout here as he's sacked. We lose 4. And there's much more at stake, but the battle for Paul Bunyan's axe is on the line here today. DeMarcus Pratt, catch made. 3rd and set. We're going to use another timeout. We hate to check it down there. We just didn't have anything downfield. They're really taking away the downfield throws here. We've got Joe again. He can't shed that tackle, so Wisconsin will use a timeout. They're hoping to get the ball back. And from our own 48, it's 4th and 2.
Timeout, Wisconsin.
And it's a fake, but it is unsuccessful. There was nothing there. They contained really well, and now we give Wisconsin a little bit of life. That was probably not wise, but the half ends without any damage, and we've got a 1st and goal from the 7. We had a 31-yard carry from DeMarcus Pratt to put us here. 1st and goal from the 7-yard line. Pratt remains on the field. He'll pick up a couple. It'll be 2nd and goal from the 5. We'll go back to Pratt. Nothing doing. Maybe a yard. It's 3rd and goal from the 4. Browning might have to do this one with his arm. He's got Johnson, but he's going to be shy of the end zone. He only gets a yard out of that. We don't get forward progress. I thought he was closer, but it's 4th and goal from the 3. Seemed to me that he was further up the field than that. Probably going to be a blitz here. But we have Johnson again, and he's got another touchdown. And we will extend our lead back to 3 scores. Julian Johnson. Been a great red zone weapon for us as well. 28-7. This is usually the time of the game where the CPU will make a run during Super Sim. But hey, if I'm an optimist, maybe things will be different today. We will find out soon. For now, we have a chance to extend a drive. And we're going to look to get Joe potentially out in the flats. They take him away pretty well this time, and we're unable to make that connection. So we're going to have to punt. Wisconsin does give it right back. They're going for it on 4th down on the ensuing series. A couple quick change of possessions here. We're into the 4th quarter, 28-7, and a 4th and 10. They got a man. No, they don't. Downfield, though, he's open. We do play the ball well enough and aggressive enough out of the safety position to break that one up. And we get an opportunity to extend a drive on 3rd and 3 from the Wisconsin 35. We're going to give on an RPO. Pratt, first down, breaks a tackle, up to the 28. And now we're up to the 13, a red zone alert. So we pick up another first down. Browning is a little bit banged up. We're going to dump it down to Pratt. And he'll pick up about 7. Injury for Wisconsin. That is Jamel Howard, who had an interception earlier in the game. But it's 2nd and 3 for us from the 6. And we've got Johnson again. Julian Johnson. Continuing his red zone impact. Makes it 34-7, and we just may get that blowout win in a rivalry game. Another interception, Nick Deloche. And from the Wisconsin 31, it's 3rd and 3. Finally, the Super Sim gods have smiled down on us. Pratt will not pick up the first down. It'll be 4th and 1 from the 29. We are not sending out Kyle Mount. Coach Cross has seen enough of his kicking performances. He'd rather just go for it, and for good reason. DeMarcus Pratt's got a hole, and he's got more. He's got a good block from Danielle Hayes downfield. He's got 23 for 111 today. We don't need to grind it out. Let's keep him fresh. 1st and 10 from the 11. He is still in the game. Little counter play on first down. Another hole for Pratt. He's got about 6 more yards. 7. It'll make it 2nd and 4. Now he's a little bit beat up here. Hopefully we check him out. No, Pratt will remain into the game. Okay, well, we might just have to do it ourselves. Is Mulligan not a redshirt? Why would we sub him in? I guess we're at the point in the season where he can still maintain that redshirt status. Play under 4 games. But Pratt's still in the field, and he's going to get a touchdown as he hobbles his way in. And that makes it 41-7. Minnesota open in a can on Wisconsin, 42-7. And I believe that is our final score. We get a convincing win, finally. And we will take Paul Bunyan's axe after dropping it last season in Wisconsin. It'll stay here. As Whitley pantomimes chopping down that goalpost. Don't give that to Coach Cross. He might just actually use it on somebody. 283 yards for Tevin Browning. 5 touchdowns today. Did I see? 5 touchdown throws for Tevin Browning. Julian Johnson, I believe, with 2 of those, if not 3. Been a big few weeks for our tight ends. We put up some stats today. 426 yards of offense, 283 through the air, 143 on the ground. I'm confused what's happening with the music right now. Tevin Browning, 25 of 39, 5 touchdowns. He does throw another interception. A little interception prone in Super Sim lately, but DeMarcus Pratt, 25 for 122, a touchdown. I guess that wasn't Super Sim, that's right. That was that deflected little flutter that ended up in the lap of big number 91. How about Julian Johnson, 10 catches for 105 and 3 touchdowns. Greg Joe, 9 for 135 and a touchdown. Wow. Those 2 are carrying the weight in our passing game. We just can't get CeCe and Danielle Hayes open consistently this season. I'm not really sure why. But Pettijohn with 5 tackles, 7 total today. Tyson Ford with 5 himself, a sack. And Pettijohn also with a sack. Stuckey with half a sack. Nichols with an interception. I mean, how many tackles did our linebackers get? We had just 1 from Carrier. I mean, Pettijohn had the most total. Second most solos, but it just doesn't seem to be having any effect on the deal breaker. I don't know if it'll make any difference for Moncrief this week. But with our final regular season game in the books, we are 10-2, our best regular season yet. 10-2, 7-2 in the Big Ten. And Coach Cross has really finally gotten buy-in from these players. And it shows. We've got another commitment. Dom Flowers, middle linebacker, St. Louis, Missouri. Welcome to the team. Erica Togway, we do win this recruitment. We knocked Tulane off. They've got to be frustrated. They had such a big lead. But we caught them. He was on campus this week. He liked what he saw in the blowout win, and he does commit. Sean Lemons has reached his top 3. Tavon Tam has reached his top 3. We're up to number 15, our highest ranking yet. And look at that. Championship contender is up to an A-. It hasn't shown up for quite a number of weeks. But we are up to an A-. That puts us at 14th nationally. And that is uncharted territory for this program. In a long time. Malik Thomas has reached his top 5. And Sean Westbrook has reached his top 8. We are number 1 there. We have not offered yet. I believe that's one we just... Yeah, Sean Westbrook, we just started recruiting this past week, but we are up to number 1. He's reached his top 8. And hopefully, if we offer, we can get an instant commitment. How about Julian Johnson winning the Big Ten Offensive Player of the Week? 10 catches again, 105 yards, 3 touchdowns. His best game yet. So it's a bye week. Some of the top stories. We've got some bowl games on tap this week. We didn't get an official invite to any bowl game. Now, it's so frustrating. We're number 15. I don't think we're going to be in the college football playoff. But had we not lost to USC, in a game that we really just should have won, we would almost certainly be in the college football playoff. And you could probably say the same about that loss to Maryland. We're number 15, and we lost a stinker to Maryland. So even in spite of the USC loss, which really shouldn't have hurt us much, I mean, we weren't expected to win. They're still number 2 overall. But if we beat Maryland, we already have Big Ten representation with Oregon, USC, and Nebraska. That's frustrating to see Nebraska in. They're number 9. We beat Nebraska. Why is Nebraska ranked ahead of us? I fully realize we lost to Maryland. But that's our real only eyesore from this season. Nebraska's also dropped 2 games. I can't be too upset. But I'd have hoped we'd at least have been considered. UCLA is going to win the Delvin Moncrief recruitment. I don't... Though he's not down to top 3, we just cannot get playing style up. So this one is pretty much all said and done. We have passed Auburn again with Tavon Tam. Now, he was on campus and he didn't commit. In spite of the blowout. He did not commit. He had two complimentary visits. The blowout gave a 75% boost. It was a rivalry game. I mean, there's as much influence as possible, and he doesn't commit. I guess he is a well thought out and very... What's the word? I guess you'd say he's methodical. But clearly, he is somebody that does not rush to a decision. Malik Thomas has reached his top 5. We know all we need to know. We can hard sell here. Contender, prestige, and of both championship and conference prestige will get it done. These are great grades. The C+ isn't going to hurt us. So he really fits well with what we... How about Dwayne Cummings? He's a 4-star. That would be the best player left. It's going to be tough to get in on this one, but why not? We have the time. Let's send the house at him and just see what happens. He's going to narrow it down to 8 after this week, but why not? We have the time. We also, I mean, we could scout, but at this point, what's really the point? It's going to be what it is. So where do we rank in top classes? We are within the top 20. No 5 stars. Not a ton of 5 stars here at the top of the class. 16 4-stars for USC. 26 for Georgia. Man. We have just 4 4-stars. We have 9 3-stars. And that is it so far. We're not going to bring in a 5-star unless it's in the offseason. But... I mean, a good class with 4 4-stars, 9 3-stars. It's solid. We're beyond the 2 stars at this point. We should be able to start fishing big for 5 stars by next season with the progress we've made. I really think next year will be the turning point. I know, well, you could say this is the turning point, but I think it's when we really take a major leap and actually start getting in the conversation for national championship contention. I would anticipate that happening next season. See if you have any updates after this bye week. We're in a recruiting battle with Auburn for Tavon Tam. I really do think we're still in the driver's seat. Just surprised he didn't commit. Ramos is down to his top 5. Westbrook has narrowed it down to his top 5. We really have hurried up the process for him. He's narrowed it down 2 tiers in 2 weeks, and that's because of us, of all the hours that we're sinking in. Chad Howard's reached his top 8. Again, that's another one we pushed. I think he was going to reach his top 8 anyway, but we did reach his top 8. In fact, we went all the way to number 1. We were 1, weren't we? Yeah, we offered. Never mind. Thinking of the wrong player. Haggerty's reached his top 8. That's one that we've also jumped up quickly, but he was the JUCO. He does have an offer from, it looks like, New Mexico as well. So it's another bye week. I mean, do we have it's conference championship week. So we're not in the conference championship. That USC loss, and of course, the Maryland game was the icing on the cake. But Oregon and USC, the number 1 and 2 teams, will battle it out. Now, I am curious to know. The loser of this game, are they in the college football playoff? Do we have an outside chance to sneak in? Right now, USC is an outright. I would expect if they win the conference, Oregon remains in the playoff. If Oregon wins, does USC remain in? Well, if you're going to argue Nebraska is, then why wouldn't USC? But somebody will jump up to the 2 seed. And I would expect the loser of this game is at least having a first round game and will not get a bye. Where do the bowl projections have us? As of now, we're projected to play in the Duke's Mayo Bowl. Not a terrible bowl game, but a 6-6 opponent feels a little beneath us for the season we've had. I guess we'll see what happens. These conference championship games could really churn the projections. Sean Lemons is on the doorstep of a commitment. We'll just keep the 40 hours. I think it's going to happen this week. This is definitely a long shot, but we had 10 hours left. Actually, we had 15 hours left. I saw there was a 5-star quarterback left pretty early in his stages. Hasn't narrowed it down to 8. He's the number 10 quarterback in the class. Nobody's offered him yet. We could get locked out. I was only able to spend 10 hours on him, plus we could get locked out. I was only able to spend 10 hours on him, plus we did offer a scholarship for the influence boost. With just 10 hours in that, I don't know if it'll be enough, but it was worth a shot. We had the time to spend, and it's a 5-star. And we don't have a 5-star in this class. It would be massive at the quarterback position, nonetheless. We'll see what happens. We do get a commitment, finally, from Sean Lemons. We've been in control of that one virtually for the entirety of the season. But good to get it done. Good to get his hours cleared up. The only other updates, Jason Trinidad's reached his top 5. We are still at 1. Moffitt's reached his top 5. We're gaining on Purdue. We haven't offered yet, and we're going to wait on that. We did get locked out on Kindle. Pretty much expected that. It looks like Ohio State and Duke also finally went ahead and offered. Maybe we put a little pressure on them. I don't know. Dwayne Cummings has reached his top 8, and we are up to 3rd. So we're in on this one. Now, Alabama is still the favorite, and they're pushing hard. So I don't know if we'll be able to get that one done, but it would be a pretty big coup for us to get a 4-star. Now, we're to the point of the season where we really cannot recruit for the time being. We're still 15th. Now, what happened in the Big Ten Championship? It looks like USC did knock off Oregon. This is actually what we did not want to happen, because Oregon is probably a lock for the playoff. We were hoping if USC, as the number 2 team, would lose that one, maybe they'd slide. It was likely they were staying in either way, I think. But that's probably still worst case for us. It's so frustrating how much different things could have been had we knocked off USC and Maryland. And we would have had an undefeated regular season if that had happened. I mean, Oregon loses and they move to just the 3 seed. It was unlikely anything too drastic was going to change. However, Louisiana Tech, as the number 23 team, has moved up to 12. That was App State last week. That's crazy to see. Louisiana Tech in the college football playoff. I hate to see Nebraska there. I think if we beat Maryland, I just think that game alone, or maybe the USC game, if we win one of those two, I think we're the 9 seed. And I don't think Nebraska's in. And we beat them. Even with those 2 losses, I feel like we should be ahead of Nebraska, but we are not. So where are we currently projected? We still have not officially been invited to a bowl game. We're still projected to be in the Duke's Mayo Bowl against Wake Forest in what should be a rout. So let's keep it moving. This might be the week that we're officially invited. It is exciting in the sense that we have not been in a bowl game yet. Did we lose to Von Tam? I can't believe that. Auburn passed us? What? How do we lose that? He was on campus for the Wisconsin game. How does he choose Auburn? Unbelievable. We lose 4-star to Von Tam. How? Did they simply have more hours to spend per player? I can't even explain that. That's crazy. Well, we have some players that have narrowed it down to their top 3. I'm a little stunned. I did not think we'd lose Tavon Tam. Marcel Reed does win the Heisman. 49 touchdowns. I mean, fantastic numbers. He really didn't light us up, which is, I guess, our consolation prize. We are, in fact, going to be playing Wake Forest in the Duke's Mayo Bowl. It is our first bowl game in the Chuck Cross era, so it's worth celebrating. It's not the most prestigious game. Let's see what the job offers are. This ought to be interesting after this season. D coordinator at Florida State. D coordinator at Illinois. Yeah, right. Really? D coordinator? I think it's hilarious that Iowa is offering us their head coaching job. Could you imagine we leave Minnesota and take the Iowa job? I mean, at this point in time, with how we built up the program, it's a step down. But that would be an insane move for the rivalry sake. Jumping across border to take the Iowa job. And then offensive coordinator for Washington. I mean, give me a break. We beat all 3 of those schools that offered, and 2 of them want to give us a coordinator job. Yeah. North Carolina, Nebraska will be an interesting first-round game. Should be us. Should be us. It should be. Tulane will make a debut in the college football playoff. They'll be playing Texas. Louisiana Tech going. I mean, I fully expect Louisiana Tech to get mopped. However, that is the school. They have a tremendous air raid offense. There was one week where they had a player of the week in the top stories that put up 225 yards on 12 catches. Did we have some staff leave? No. We've got 3 years left for Tim Beck and 2 for Jay Sawville. And I really think we want both to stick around. I don't like that they both have an Ohio pipeline, but how can you argue against the results we saw this season? So on early National Signing Day, I'm really reeling. I can't believe this. How does he choose Auburn after our visit? I'm stunned. And that's a 4-star we lose. It's no guarantee we win the Bober recruitment. I can't believe it. I think Cummings is going to be tough too. I think he's going to Alabama. And even Texas Tech. I mean, we're actually making more ground than Texas Tech. He is only in his top 8, so there's time. That's just going to be tough. But we'll probably be able to get him on campus during the offseason recruitment period. Kendall's going to Ohio State. There's almost zero doubt. So we might see him again. I can't believe we lost Tam. I just can't. Can't get over it. So Brett Bielema's fired, and they want to offer us, what was it, their defensive coordinator job? That's okay. Mick Cloud's fired from Iowa. It's got to be at least their second head coach in the 3 seasons we've been here. Mark Norville finally out of Florida State. Lance Leopold out in Wisconsin. Nevada makes a coaching change. Ryan Silverfield's out in Illinois. Butch Jones out in Virginia. A lot of head coaches are getting the axe in the Big Ten this season. Major Allgaier is out in Wyoming. 1-11. So he only lasts 1 year. they have had a rough go of coaches. I mean, we got Sawville after year 1 as our coordinator. So they've gone through, this will be a new coach, I believe, every season since we've started. Maybe it's not just the coaches that are the problem. I don't know. But we know what's at stake. We have the Duke's Mayo Bowl upcoming on January 3rd. How did our overall and our offense drop, by the way? What am I missing? How did we just get worse? How are we now... An 83 overall? Is there an injury? This is insulting that How does Wake Forest get a bowl game? We were 7-5 last season and didn't get a bowl game. And they get the same bowl game as a number 15, 10-2 school? Hello? If we don't beat them by 30 points, I'm not happy. So we need to absolutely beat the brakes off of Wake Forest. This is incredibly insulting. We don't have any injuries. Why are we worse? Okay. Well, we're going to welcome Wake Forest. I guess we're not at home. We are the home team. I'm just confused about our offense getting worse. And so in our bowl game Coach Cross era debut, how do we want to look here? I think we will go gold lids. We're going to go gold face mask as well. And this is going to be the look. Other than we need a little gold on the cleats as well. Whatever Wake Forest is wearing, I hope they know that these are the only 2 helmets they have. Okay. They're simply wearing these to get throttled. I mean, a 6-6. Incredible. Incredible logic. Now, if we do win this game, it would be pretty cool to see Coach Cross get a Mayo bath. I don't know if College Football 26 has implemented that, but that would be at least a fun outcome. We're at Bank of America Stadium. I did say earlier in this series that we'd likely play the full bowl game. I think I've raised the expectations now, and that probably won't happen unless it's, at minimum, a college football playoff game. We're playing the moments. DeMarcus Pratt gets 1 yard. It's 2nd and 9. We are driving here. I mean, this is a 69 overall team across the board. They're awful. We're so much better. And we're going to show it on 3rd down. Maybe not yet on 1st or 2nd down, but on 3rd down, we're going to look like the better team. Greg Joe gets knocked forward to bring us to 4th and 1. We are not kicking. Greg Joe a little banged up, and they're coming out ready for the run. We'll counter that. And we're sacked. We turned the ball over. Wow, they played great coverage on this. Coach Cross is pissed. Can't necessarily say I blame him. But nonetheless, Wake Forest will take over deep in their territory. They're going to move the ball. 3rd and 5. They've crossed midfield. The boys may not have gotten up to play this one, but our goal is still to win by 30 plus. That hasn't changed. Big hit from Gill, but a first down for Wake Forest. They do extend their drive. And we get another opportunity to make a stop on 3rd and 5 in the ensuing downs. They're going to give, and there is nothing there. They actually lose 3. They're going to have to punt from here. Did we turn them over? We recovered a fumble. I was going to say, that was an awfully quick drive. It's a 3rd and 10 from the Wake Forest 35-yard line. Why are we getting into these 3rd and long situations? I'm going to give on the draw. Pratt finds a hole. He's patient. And he gets most of it. It's 4th and 4. I think that gives us an opportunity to go for this again. A little better formation and series of players out here. Julian Johnson, he's been so reliable down the stretch, and he doesn't fail here either. Picks up the first down, and we're at the Wake Forest 20 with a new set of downs. Greg Joe, back shoulder, touchdown! Greg Joe. What a throw. Tevin Browning, first-year starting quarterback, connects with Greg Joe, true sophomore, slot wide receiver, on the back shoulder. On the seam route. Great pocket from the offensive line. What a catch from Joe. He's been such a great player for us this season. It's awesome to see him rewarded for all of that by making another big play. A 3rd and 4. We're back on offense. Georgia does beat Florida. Texas knocks off Oregon. A couple of upsets in the college football playoff. Tennessee falls. We're going to hit Joe again. Nothing doing. 4th and 2. Let's keep the offense out there. We're just not kicking. Like, I don't... We're not kicking. Like, it's just out of the playbook. We're going to hit Pratt. First down. Inside the 25. Up to the 24. Drive continues. Browning 12 for 19 so far today. The give to Pratt. Big hole. And he's inside the 10. He gets thrown ahead to the 7. Pratt again. Big hole. Touchdown. The offensive line does their job. And we will extend our lead. (14-0). I guess Kyle Mount will kick extra points. That's about it. Wake Forest does score. They get just a field goal. We have a 2-minute drill. 1:09 to go from our own 25. We do have 2 timeouts left. Let's try to go get some more points before the half. But the ball's on the ground. We do recover. Thankfully, DeMarcus Pratt is on it. 2nd and 17. Clock runs. That could have been a disaster. Oh my goodness, the ball bounces around. 3rd and 17. Fortunately, that falls incomplete. Terrible decision. That's intercepted. On the run. Just an easy interception. Wow. What a horrendous throw. Tevin Browning. Yikes. How does that ball... What is that throw? He had to have gotten hit. Another field goal for Wake Forest. And in the 3rd quarter now, they are threatening here from our 19 on first down. All right. Tackle made by Deloche up to the 11. They pick up 8. And with a touchdown to 2-point conversion, Wake Forest could tie this thing. We're trying to win by 30. 3rd and inches. Sneak will pick up another first down for Wake Forest. They make it 1st and goal. 8 rushing attempts, 8 yards. Gill blitzes, didn't intend to, but does. Sullivan's there. And the sack is made. Make it 2nd and goal. Stuart Sullivan. That's why we're containing the quarterback. Nestor with a hit. Catch is made. They're up to the 6. It'll be 3rd and goal. That's got to be intercepted. It is! Nestor with a user pick. Gophers get the stand, and will take back over on the touchback. Quick 3 and out, apparently, but we have a red zone alert here from the 13. 1st and 10. Tight window! Galloway can't bring it in. 2nd and 10. Ball back to DeMarcus Pratt. We got some pancake blocks. We'll pick up 4. Make it a 3rd and 6 from the 8-yard line. Blocks are there on the screen. DeMarcus Pratt to the end zone. Go for touchdown. We extended back to 2 possessions. 21-9. Another field goal for Wake Forest. With 5:52 left, it's a 3rd and 7 from the Wake Forest 41. Again, our goal was 30. We're up by 12. Pratt unable to get the first down. It's 4th and 1. We're going to keep the offense out there. So 4th and 1. And a wild throw from Browning. We turn it over. It's got to be a better throw. They're going for it on 4th and 2. They're on their own 43. We're blitzing. We don't get there. First down. Picked up. The ball's loose. Stuckey on the bounce. Dives on it. What in the world? Is that actually a fumble? We will take over. We have a red zone alert from the 19-yard line. That was an awkward-looking fumble. But the game remains 21-9. Under 4 to go. Browning is not moving well. Just throws that one away. I mean, we have a one-on-one with Hayes. Maponga, catch made. 3rd and 6. We're going to go no huddle. If they want to go one-on-one again, oh, they do have the safety and help now, but they're going to have to make a decision here if Johnson's able to run him off. Touch pass, not there. Good play by the linebacker dropping back in coverage. We will have to kick the field goal. We're going to see if the computer will do it for us. No, I guess they want us to kick. We're going to... the Kyle Mount experience one last time here before we hopefully send him on his way. Since he'd like to transfer because of pro potential. (24-9). We have a red zone alert again. We turned them over. We had to have. Interception by Riley Pettijohn. Man, he's been intercepting the ball at a level Nobody could have seen coming. Why is Whitley into the game? All right, here we go. So Pratt's banged up. And we're not running the ball here with Whitley. We'll throw it. We're going to throw to Whitley. Oh, God. Timeout, Wake Forest. Second and goal from the 13. We'll give. Maponga will get a yard. So a long third and goal to go. 3rd and 12. We hit CC on the slant. He breaks a tackle. Makes it 4th and goal from the 6. We can make it 27-9 in an 18-point game here. We'll do that. I guess that's not our last Kyle Mount sighting. Get one more opportunity. Still doesn't make it look easy somehow. 27-9. They're going for it on 4th down from our 26, 4th and 1. Ball is on the ground, and they'll turn it over. 55 seconds left. That'll be it. We are Duke's Mayo Bowl champions. Does Coach Cross get the Mayo bath? I'm assuming that's not going to be a thing in game, but you can imagine it. Just imagine that bald head with a big slathering of mayo. It's worth it, fellas. It was worth it for all your hard work this season. I love you guys. I love you. Wouldn't trade you for anybody. This is definitely Coach Cross's best team yet. His best season yet by far. And we are on the up and up. Our arrow is pointing straight up and down. Well, maybe not straight up and down. Okay, so, you know, like on a graph, it's going at that steady increase. It's exponential growth. How's that sound? Riley Pettijohn with a sack and interception. I don't know what else we need to do for Moncrief to not be deal broken. Our linebackers are doing things. Maybe if Mason Carrier would get more than 2 tackles a game, that would help. But we'll put a bow on what was a great season. A frustrating loss to USC. A frustrating loss to Maryland, which was a big letdown. Probably cost us a spot in the college football playoff. Yeah, I don't know if that's true or not. Maybe it actually is. We'll look at his numbers. This one actually might make sense. We are the Duke's Mayo Bowl winners. Thank you. I mean, it's an honor. We have to see this. Did Tevin Browning actually set a Gopher record? It would be a single season record, I believe. It's crazy to see Bailey Zappi's name on that all-time list. So he may have actually set this record. 3,349 yards. Okay. Perhaps these game records aren't broken anymore. Well, at the rate Tevin Browning's going as a redshirt freshman, he could potentially be looking to break Adam Weber's career passing mark at Minnesota. I do remember Adam Weber. I remember many of these players, actually. The career sacks, there's definitely no way that that's accurate. For some reason, sack seems broken. 13 career sacks is not the career record. There's just no way. Let's take a look at the college football playoff bracket. Wow, Louisiana Tech held their own against Texas A&M, losing a heartbreaker by 2, 47-45. Nebraska gets beat by 11 to North Carolina, and that... I don't know if that upsets me more or less. Tulane unable to get it done in the first round. They lose by 3 to Texas. They held their own. Georgia does upset Clemson 28-20. Texas A&M with a 1-point win over Tennessee. In round 2, and North Carolina drops theirs to USC. Texas upsets Oregon. Georgia over Florida. That's a big upset. The 10 seed over the 2 seed. And we know Georgia's had some ridiculous recruiting classes, so they're probably going to be back on the rise here real soon. If not this season. But 6 versus 10 with Texas and Georgia. Not a good showing for the Big Ten other than USC, who has a chance to stay alive against Texas A&M. Could be a Georgia-USC final would be my prediction. We'll find out. No real updates for us. Texas does fall to Georgia by 3. USC does move on to the national championship against Georgia. So the 10 seed Georgia is in the national championship. I mean, we're just as good as USC, right? I mean, on paper we weren't quite, but we had them on the ropes. We let them off the hook. But knowing that we were good enough to beat the potential national champions on the road, how did our conference prestige drop? Is that from A+ to A-? What? How is FBS Independence an A+? How is the ACC an A? What? Okay. I don't get it. Did USC won 47-0 over Georgia. We lose to USC by like 5 points on the road. USC wins a national championship game 47-0. And yet our conference prestige dropped from an A+ to an A-. How does that make sense? We have 10 points to spend. I don't get it. I just don't. How are we not getting more coaching points? We didn't really have many updates that season. I don't understand. Oh my god, Gerard Batts might transfer because of playing time. Canada and Maples may. I mean, Canada we had big hopes for. He's redshirted this year. I think Maples is as well. I just think the way Tevin Browning's played, that Canada may never have a chance. We'll see. Let's see how he progresses and if he leaves or not. But Ogbenaya transferring is really unfortunate because of pro potential. This was such a big get for us last season. He has star development. I mean, we don't want to lose him. We're going to try to bring him back. It's extremely low odds. We did bring in another 4-star, fortunately, at tight end. So I'm not, in that sense, going to be too upset. It's the circumstances. We land this recruit, and then we lose him without him even playing for us. But that is the transfer portal era. for all intents and purposes. That is the reality of the portal. And he is gone. Well, it was nice knowing you, Gideon. Why is... We do not want to lose Javier Branham. He is elite dev. But it is very low chances. I can't believe this. B-, and we need a B. Incredible. Can we persuade him? Probably not. No. We may want to go in the portal and try to bring him back. That one hurts. He was going to be a fantastic player. Mason Carrier wants to go for play. Dude, you are one of the reasons why our playing style grade is a D-. Like, how tone deaf can this dude be? The junior redshirt. I don't even want to persuade him back. Good luck. I'm not trying to persuade Gerard Batts to stay. I do want Canada to stay. It's a low chance that we bring him back. Crazy. That's crazy. We want Quandre Canada in our program. But he's not going to stay. DeMarco Maples probably will not either. We've had absolutely no luck persuading anybody historically. Okay, graduating. We do lose John Nestor. That's a tough one. John Nestor's been a great player for us. We lose Clark Whitley. No loss there. We are bringing in a fullback. That'll be better. Peyton Jones graduates as well. Reese Tripp. Garrison Monroe. He was not a starter for us. McGrath, our punter, so-so player. He also graduates. Danielle Hayes had a pretty good career for us. This season was a little bit quiet. He had just 45 catches. He did have 3 touchdowns, but 5 drops. He's a replaceable guy. But it was nice to see him stick around. Pierce Walsh, we're not going to miss at tight end. Glad he didn't play much this year. Ismail Cece had a pretty good career. This year, a better year than Hayes as far as catches go. 5 drops for him as well. He had a really good season prior to this. I feel like was more productive. Both of those guys, really. We are going to miss Trevon Howard. He had a good career here after transferring back to Minnesota. He had 5 interceptions this season, 8 deflections, started 13 games. A good season. Sam Hopewell leaves and graduates. Nick Deloche had a good season for us. He graduates as well. He had 2 INTs, 6 deflections. Colin Gill graduates. He had a good season for us. No interceptions. I guess just 35 tackles. He was kind of quiet, but I felt like he was effective. Just not a big impact guy. Manny Sullivan also graduates. He had a few plays for us. It says no sacks. I'm pretty sure he had no, that was Stuart Sullivan. I'm getting them mixed up. He did start 7 games. Wow, okay, no tackles, and he started 7 games? Maybe he won't be missed. Zeke Waymore graduates. Didn't allow a sack, according to this season. 4 pancakes. So, as far as pro potential goes, Tara Nichols is projected to go in round 3. We are going to miss him. He had 5 INT. I swear he had more than 5. Felt like Tara Nichols every other game had an interception. But a great athlete. So fast, quick, change of direction was crazy. He's a great player for us. It's going to be tough for us to replace both him and John Nestor. I feel like corner, especially these 4 stars that we weren't able to finalize these last 2 seasons, really could set us back at corner. Tyson Ford with a great year, 9 sacks. Jackson Howard with 8 sacks. He'll be missed as well. He's a great player. So we have some guys that'll hurt, and then a couple young guys we didn't want to leave that are. Especially between... It's Canada and Ogbenaya mostly, and then Branham. We didn't want to lose Branham. Just a redshirt freshman. An incredible loss there as well. But there is nothing we can do. What's done is done. We could maybe look to bring them back in the portal. So Branham, Canada, and Ogbenaya will be the 3 guys we'll keep an eye on. Oh no, Kyle Mount might transfer because of pro potential. Let me favorite player in the series. Let's take a look at draft results first before we look at the portal. Terry Nichols does go in round 3. That's good for us. Nestor gets drafted in round 6. And Tyson Ford drafted in round 7. So, all good things for us down the road. They're all defensive guys. I think it is a little bit impacted by position as well, but it's only a positive. It also looks as though with our prestige and such moving up, we have a bump in hours available. We're up to 1,050 available hours from, I believe it was 750 we were capped at before. Well, look who it is. Jimmy Barr, Season 1 recruit. He's still a freshman. He transferred from here because of his deal breaker. We brought him in. We had a deal breaker. Let's start over. Weren't meeting his deal breaker. Then all of a sudden we were. He commits. Doesn't play for us. Deal breaker's not met again. He leaves. And what do you know? He's back on the transfer portal. And we are actually in his top 3. We now meet his deal breaker quite well. We are all over that. We need help at corner. This would be phenomenal for us. We also lose a 4-star tight end. I do want to look and see. Reddle is a 4-star. He is a junior. And Ogbenaya would just be a freshman. Is Ogbenaya attainable? Why is he not showing up? Is he no longer a... Oh, we're just locked out. Oh, he's down to his top 8 already. He's only a 3-star now? He was a 4-star when we got him. One thing I do hate to see with Ogbenaya is the fact that it's Ohio State or Michigan that are most likely to recruit him in the portal. We are going to target Jaden Reddle. This would be a huge coup for us. He's a previous Georgia transfer. He's the #1 tight end in the portal. And then given that we lost Canada, we do have Felipe Grimes, who's also a 3-star. He's a dual threat. Deshaun Goldsberry is a backfield creator. TJ Stanley is another dual threat. So we have a lot of options at quarterback as well. A lot, really. Thad Trout, backfield creator. Tim Carpenter's a dual threat. Tyrone Thrash, great name. Backfield creator. He's a freshman as well. Sebastian Broughton's a dual threat. I mean, we have a ton of options. And then we do have a 4-star. The only 4-star we're recommended is Deshaun Purdy, who is transferring from Ohio State. And I think he's one we'll throw on the board for sure. It'd be tremendous competition between him and Tevin Browning. And then we'll take a look at through these quarterbacks and make a decision on maybe 1 or 2 more. We're suggested to target 2 more. Okay, so with the players that we've added to our board, we still have 625 hours left to spend. Really want to bring Jimmy Barr back. Such a great storyline the first go around. It's too bad we don't still know his interests. I feel like we should just have that on record. Jaden Reddle would be another big one for us. A lot of time here still. Neither of these can be scheduled for a visit yet. So for now, for us, it's all about moving up their board. Deshaun Purdy would be the quarterback we'd want most. It's going to be the toughest, though. He's almost down to his top 8. Could be tough for us to slide in here. We'll do everything we can. The only other way we could separate ourselves would be by offering a scholarship. Even though we're nowhere close on his radar right now, nobody else has offered. So maybe that little bump will be just enough to get us in that top 8 to have a chance. I mean, I think with the amount of players we have here, we should be able to send the house on all of these. And that'll give us a pretty good chance. I'm just, it's surprising having this many hours. We're just not used to it. We're used to having barely more than what we're starting with here right now. So having over 1,000 hours to play with and work on in the off season is big. And I think again here, a couple of these guys are going to be narrowed down to their top 8. Might be another player we have to offer a scholarship to have any chance. I would assume same with Jordan Crawford. We're still going to have 160 hours left for the final 2 guys. So then we can go back up to the players that were already on our board. Maybe get another one in for a visit this week, because we'll have the hours to do it. That's the reason I wanted to keep those open for now. We have 60 hours left, so we could at least get 1, maybe 2 more in for a visit, depending on their cost. We have Kuma already scheduled. I think Malik Thomas, just the fact that Pitt and Penn State are making a fair amount of effort here. We're going to also have him visit this week. It doesn't hurt. I mean, once we lose, once the week's gone, it's gone. And we get 4 potential recruits on campus every week. So why not get some of these guys on now? Any of them that have competition especially. Like, for example, with Moffitt, we got to offer a scholarship first. Okay, well, we can't wait any longer on that. Let's get him on as soon as possible. Let's do this week 1 as well, just in case Purdue offers a visit next week for him. We have 5 hours left. We're not going to be able to schedule any more visits. But we have 5 hours to spend on Westbrook, so let's do it. I think it's going to be a pretty interesting week to see play out. I'm really excited about the guys we added to our board. And to see if we can avoid getting locked out on some of these. We have a commitment. Felix Kuma, the punter, does commit, so we are able to replace McGrath at punter. That's it for now. We are locked out on Deshaun Purdy. We knew that one would probably be tough, but it looked like were we number 6 right there? Nobody noteworthy at risk of transfer right now either, which is really nice to see. So Purdy, we got up to 6th. And he reached his top 5. That's too bad. We actually made a run. How about this? Jaden Rettle, we shoot all the way up to 1. And North Carolina State, even though they offered and made a huge amount of ground, we're still ahead of them. That's big. Jaden Rettle could be on track to commit here if we continue the push. We can schedule a visit. Once he gets to his top 5, we can offer a scholarship now. Maybe we'll get an instant commit. Who knows? Zach Clark, we also move up to 1. Haven't offered yet. TJ Stanley's reached his top 8. We moved up to 1 for him. And same with Tim Carpenter. So even though we don't get the 4-star quarterback, we don't make his top 5. We have a couple backups in the chamber here. Dante Bakai. I don't even know if I want him because I'm going to struggle to say his name. Well, regardless, we're up to number 2. He's reached his top 8. Virginia, though, is also making a really strong run. Dane McKee, we made it into his top 8. We're up to 7. Jordan Crawford, we made it to 5th. He's narrowed it down to 8. We're up to 5th. That did work to offer him a scholarship, but a lot of competition there in the Big Ten and Notre Dame. Tavian Wallace, we reached his top 8 as well. Or he's reached his top 8. We're 2nd. Were we already in on Wallace, or is this a new one? As Illinois is up to 1, and they've offered. I think this is new to our board. So, and then Sterling Dixon, we also made it up to number 2. Is that Temple above us that offered? So if we offer a couple of these guys, we may also jump up to number 1. A great week for us. And Master Motivator has been unlocked. This would be huge for Coach Cross. Malik Thomas's visit went really well. He's close to committing. Britton Bober, cornerback. Also, we do pass Arkansas with that visit. He hasn't committed yet, but he is on the doorstep. Maybe we give him just that final 10 hours to push him over the hump and get that one done. We are up to number 2 for Jimmy Barr as well. We'll continue sending the house here. Again, Rettle, we're up to 1. We can offer now. We don't get the instant commit, but we'll get a boost and we'll send the house again. He's still in his top 8. Deshaun Purdy, we are locked out as we talked about. We're so close. And then Zach Clark, we're number 1. We haven't offered here either. Little influence boost for that as well. He's still in his top 8. Stanley, we're up to 1. We haven't offered. No instant commit there either. How about Carpenter? We're up to 1. No, but a boost. Kai, we're at 2. Now, we haven't offered. He's still top 8. I think we just send the house again this week. Hope to catch Virginia, but Virginia has a huge advantage as of now. And then McKee, we got up to 7th. We are sending the house. I mean, not much else we can do. We already offered. That's actually maybe what put us in his top 8. Same with Crawford, so we're doing everything we can here. Wallace, we're top 8. Up to 2. Haven't offered. Illinois has. That's the difference right now. We just don't need to yet. And then it's same here with Dixon. I think it's Temple, again, that is above us, but we're okay for now. And we do have extra hours. We have 1 more target available. Right now we have 30 scholarships out there that are potentially... We have 30 scholarships out there that are either committed to or pending. And 4-star tackle, D-tackle, Kevin Wynn, we've added to the board as our last guy. He's, again, a 4-star. We're number 6. We didn't see him last week. But let's use our hours here, and then we still have 70 hours. This is just... I'm kind of feeling like with where we are, maybe we scout some of these guys? I don't know, there's some level of fun in the mystery, I guess. Of just not knowing. And I think what we could do is here is with Westbrook. We can actually hard sell him. There's a couple guys we can go from soft selling to hard selling, so we do have maybe more efficient ways to use our hours right now. Another big week as we advance. We had a few on campus. We get Malik Thomas to commit from Reading, Pennsylvania, the 3-star. We expected that. We were on the precipice. Britton Bober does also commit from Decatur, Georgia. A cornerback we really needed as well. And outside that, we just had players narrow it down. Jason Trinidad has reached the top 3. Ramos has reached his top 3. So some of these we can hopefully lock up now this next week. Westbrook's reached his top 3. Cummings top 5. We did pass Alabama here. This would be big. A 4-star right guard. Jimmy Barr, we're still 2nd. We haven't offered a scholarship yet, though, and I feel like we're gaining on Colorado. But he's just to his top 5. Jaden Reynolds reached his top 5. Still number 1 here. Kansas State now has found their way into the top 3. Indiana also trying to make a run. I don't think Indiana will be able to out-recruit us, though. Zach Clark reaches top 5. Still number 1 there. Still number 1 for Stanley is top 5. Carpenter's reached his top 5. Bakai has reached his top 5. Dane McKee has reached his top 5. Did we fall this week? I thought we were higher than this. Well, we're out on him. We've been locked out. Jordan Crawford's reached his top 5. We are 5th. That one's going to be tough. But we're still alive. Now that he's top 5, we can also hard sell him and get him on campus. So we have a lot of players this week. We have to strategically choose who do we want to visit, who are we not concerned with. We did get up to number 1 for Sterling Dixon as well. And then Kevin Wynn, who we threw on just last week, we're up to number 2, and he's reached his top 5. That's huge. We have to be very strategic about who will visit campus this week. The tricky thing with offseason recruiting is in a case like this with Dwayne Cummings, we're now able to get him on campus, so we did that. But we don't know a lot. We either have to blindly guess and try to hard sell him, or just continue sending the house and hope it's enough. I think it's a little bit risky to do that. I really don't want to sway either because Alabama's breathing down our neck. Now, we have him on campus, but sway just gives such a lesser influence bonus. We might have to just roll the dice here. So we know pro potential is a hit. We want conference prestige to be a hit. I think we just gamble here and hope that that's right. And that's kind of the dangerous game you play during the offseason. We want Barr back on campus. We have to offer him a scholarship first, of course. So we'll do that. Let's get Jimmy Barr back. Welcome back, Jimmy. You've been here before. We know his grades now, and they're phenomenal, actually. So this works out really well for us. I think it's just really funny bringing players back that you've lost at one point in the portal. And then rolling out the red carpet, almost acting like they haven't been here before. We'll schedule a visit for Jaden Reddle as well. This, again, would be another huge get for us. We know 2 of his 3 interests. They line up well. The playing style does, at least. Pro potential's okay. And this is another one that we'll roll the dice a little bit with a hard sell. So if it's not that, then it has to be... And that's big. It's got to be clocked in. It almost has to be. And that's an A+ if playing time is right. Huge for us. I said this with Sterling Dixon. Is it Temple? I think it's Troy, not? Has to be Troy. Regardless, we offered him a scholarship. Now we're up to number 1. This has got to be our first time not hitting all of the hours or spending all the hours we have. There's 155 hours left, and I really don't have anywhere else to spend them this week. Definitely a new experience for us. This is week 3. We get another commitment. Jason Trinidad, corner from St. Louis, Missouri, is committed. Sean Westbrook, another corner from Chicago, Illinois, is committed. We need corner depth. We lost our 2 best corners. We are locked out on Jordan Crawford, it looks like. Or is it a deal breaker? We locked out. We really wanted him. He was scheduled to visit this week, but we're locked out of his top 3. That would have been a nice get. We have a deal breaker right now with TJ Stanley for playing time? Is it because of all the quarterbacks we're recruiting? Well, with Carson Boyd moving all the way up to number 1, maybe we just forget about Jordan Crawford? Or, not Jordan Crawford. TJ Stanley. We may have to. Different deal breaker just creates different problems. Well, Carson Boyd is the same deal breaker. Never mind. One of those 2 has to go off our board because that's what triggered it. And, I mean, we're number 1 for both. I may scout Stanley because we did scout... I didn't scout Boyd either. I'll scout them both. Otherwise, things look good. So we have to make a decision between those 2 quarterbacks. Let's scout Boyd. Can we not even scout him right now because of the deal breaker? You're kidding. Okay. Well, then we may just have to go based on their ranking. He's the number 29 quarterback. Stanley's the number 30. Unbelievable. All right. That's crazy. Okay, if our criteria is where they're ranked, I'd love to scout them. That hurts. Okay, well, we have to remove a quarterback. Pretty positive that is why we have a deal breaker, and the problem is now We can't offer a scholarship even for Boyd. I think we did with Stanley, so that may have been a mistake. Deal breaker just creates these bizarre scenarios that... Are we able to just add Stanley back to our board? Or no, because of the deal breaker? Probably not, and I'm assuming that's why. Horrible gut punch. Jaden Rettle, we have a deal breaker for playing time? What I don't get is why is that just now showing its head? Why now? He's on the doorstep for a commitment. And all of a sudden, we're locked out because of a deal breaker? Where's that coming from? Why was playing time not an issue prior to this week? We might not get Jimmy Barr here either. He visited last week, and... Did I forget to give him hours? Oh, man. I feel like I forgot to replace the hours we were spending. Oh, if we lose that one, that's brutal. Hopefully we pass Colorado. We could, but I may have screwed up there. He visited, but... Ouch. We want to also finish this Dwayne Cummings one. I can't believe that bar. I don't get this with Rettle. That's extremely frustrating. Well, it's moment of truth. Week 4 of 4. As we advance, we should finalize our recruiting class. Let's see what the last commitments are. We do get Jorge Ramos, a new kicker. Goodbye, Kyle Mount. I don't care if he's better even. Chad Howard, 3-star free safety out of in-state from Lane, Minnesota. Zach Clark, we do get a commitment from Plainfield, Illinois. 3-star right tackle. Tavian Wallace has committed from Jessup, Georgia. Will linebacker. Tyree Moffitt, Sam linebacker from Keller, Texas. Chad Haggerty, the Mike linebacker from Mesquite, Texas. Dwayne Cummings, right guard, Clovis, New Mexico, does commit. 4-star right guard. Big for our class. Jaden Rettle does commit. Now, it's probably going to be Ogbenaya all over again. He doesn't like the playing time situation. But in his case, him being a junior, he actually might play. So we might be able to squeeze a year out of him. And that could be it, but that's fine. Tim Carpenter from Dayton, Ohio, quarterback, does commit. Sterling Dixon, Spanish Fort, Alabama, Sam Backer does commit. Quarterback Juan Honeycutt from Katy, Texas commits. John Azigbo, we literally just threw him on our board at the tail end. I threw him on our board, sent the house, offered a scholarship, and he commits. All in a week's work from Jacksonville, Florida. And that rounds out our class. I figured with Bakai we were going to lose him. We mistakenly did not schedule him for a visit. And he did visit Virginia week 4. So assumed that was coming. But that's okay. We got Rettle. Truthfully, I don't even know that I wanted Bakai at that point. We are unable to get Kevin Wynn. We finished second to Miami. That's too bad. That was a 4-star. We really wanted Kevin Wynn. Jimmy Barr does choose Colorado as well. And I feel like week 3, when I forgot to give him hours, is the only reason. So we're unable to have a Jimmy Barr reunion. I'm actually kind of upset about that. He's still just a freshman. Maybe we'll see him again. He seems like a very disgruntled, unsettled guy. It's possible we see him again, but man... I think knowing that if we give him the hard sell in week 3, that's really a tough pill to swallow. But this is a really good class for us. Really deep. We end up with 34 players. So what did Carson Boyd decide? Because we had a deal breaker here too. Oh, we actually couldn't offer him a scholarship. That's right. We couldn't offer him a scholarship because of the deal breaker. So, just bizarre things and how some things work in this game. Where do we end up for a recruiting class? We're not in the top 15. We do fall out of the top 15. Actually, not even the top 20. We're number 27? With 6 4-stars and 25 3-stars, we are the number 27 ranked class. But I'm really happy about this. I mean, Rettel actually ends up surpassing Tatum as our best overall commit. I think this is a really good class for us and for what we need. I think defensively, we're going to be down a little bit from last year. Last season, we were so strong defensively. But things can change. And training has a massive effect, as we saw. Okay, looking at our roster, there are a few things that really stood out. There are a few positions we changed as well. At the quarterback position, we really didn't hit on dev traits. Al Alstad is impact. Carpenter's impact, but the thing that jumps out to me here is he has 95 speed and 93 acceleration. Depending on how training results go, Tevin Browning could potentially lose his job. I am extremely intrigued by the athleticism of Tim Carpenter. Now, he is a year older, one less year of eligibility, but he does have impact dev trait whereas Browning has normal. That's going to be interesting to keep an eye on and monitor. DeMarcus Pratt is now a true junior. He did finish with all conference honors last season. Has-star Dev. I think we'll see a nice leap with him also in training. But now we have Brian Mulligan, who's coming in as a redshirt freshman. He's going to be competing for that job as well, and some carries. Burris is just a true freshman at 78 overall already. It should look great if we can redshirt him for this season and give him time to develop. Now, it's only normal dev, but with the depth we have at running back, we're pretty set here for the long run. Wide receiver, we're pretty thin. Greg Joe is a true junior. His impact dev. Everyone else is normal or impact. Malik Thomas is impact. I'd love to redshirt these freshmen, but we still only have 6 on the roster. I'm not sure whether or not we're going to have an opportunity. We may have to select one of these true freshmen to redshirt. And I mean, they will not develop in training. So we have a little bit of a juxtaposition here. Malik Thomas also with just 81 speed is disappointing. He's only 6'1", 198. You'd expect him to have more athleticism and speed than that. Tight end, we're set. Riddell coming in now as a transfer senior, his star dev, doesn't really matter other than the fact that he'll still train as well. We could be looking at a 90 plus overall here, but Julian Johnson also 81 coming in as a senior. Galloway returns as a senior as well, 81 overall. It'll be interesting to see who develops more. They're both impact dev. Saukup is back for one more season. And then this allows us to redshirt Martin Tatum, which gives us a great outlook for when these 4 graduate. But we will need to hit that position in recruiting again as well. Left tackle, we're solid. We have the senior returning for one more. Not a lot behind him, however, so we're going to need a lot of growth here. But these two, the youngest of the group, are just normal dev as well. Probably another position we need to focus on in the offseason. And left guard, we're pretty weak. We're going to need a big jump from Stoke. Possibly Mateo, but again, normal dev. Now, however, Jalen Brownlee is star development. We'd like to redshirt him this season, but at least that gives us hope for somebody coming in next year, starting off at a higher overall. Brett Carroll returns at center. Osmond just normal dev there. And then the true junior, Marquise Tam, you would expect to return as a starter, but impact development behind him with Crow Hills. A true freshman that we can look to redshirt. And Burt and Wilder. Zach Clark returns at right tackle. Needles could pass him potentially for that starting job. And then we have a true freshman, again, that we'd like to redshirt. Sunram returns for his senior season at left edge. Some exciting players here. Tyree Wayne is star development. He is one that I think I actually moved to left edge so that he could be the assumed starter next season. And then a couple true freshmen we brought in, just normal development. Chong was the athlete. We actually placed him at left edge. Right edge, we have Josh Hopper. I moved him from left edge to right edge because he'll become the best overall right edge. Cameron Brooks. Atek Wagbala, the junior. And then DeMarco Boone's a true freshman. Easy redshirt decision there. Stuart Sullivan returns for his true senior season. That's a rarity these days. Evan Romano, a redshirt senior. And then Josh Paris was a true freshman. He was a 4-star, does just have impact development, but hopefully with the skill caps, if they're high enough, could have a good career. Sterling Dixon returns at the strong side linebacker. Clark Marshall and Moffitt, a true freshman that we'd like to redshirt. Chaz Fleming, I moved to Mike linebacker, so he'll start. We were pretty thin here. Labino was actually the highest overall returning middle linebacker, and he started last year. That's a position we wanted to upgrade. We had the depth to do it, thankfully. We have a true sophomore in Droge. Dom Flowers, a true freshman. Maybe 2 guys we could redshirt. We could actually redshirt the sophomore as well, because we do have 2 redshirt freshmen that are now in the mix. Will linebacker, we return Riley Pettijohn, all conference honors, true senior. He's had an interesting career. We were hoping to repeat that with Jimmy Barr and bring him back, but that didn't happen, unfortunately. So solid depth here as well. Corner is interesting. We really dropped off in talent, unfortunately, losing the 2 seniors last year. But Zaire Rayner we moved from free safety, and I'll get to that in a minute, that position. But he'll become our best corner as a senior. Mike Gerald returns as well. We're going to really need Turbin, Cutting, I guess Gerald as well, and then Richard Version to train well. They don't have great development traits by any stretch, so I don't know how many points they'll actually have. But with these true freshmen, we'd like to redshirt them. And then Joel Moe will also potentially be in the mix, depending on how training goes. This one was exciting, though. Tavian Wallace was a weak side linebacker. 97 speed, 96 acceleration. So we moved him to free safety. He'll start. He's by far our best free safety. Could not believe that athleticism. We also would have had the option to move him to left edge as well, or right edge for that matter, which would have been pretty exciting, but I figured this was more of a position of need than those edge rushers. So Ozigbo will back him up, and then we have a couple guys that we can redshirt below them. Stuckey returns as the senior. We'll have Sneed, Free, and Otagwe. Not great there as far as dev traits. We just didn't have a whole lot of great results as far as dev traits go with this class. We added a lot of depth, but we're going to have to hope that their skill caps are limited, so that, by limited, I mean to say that they're not capped. But Ramos becomes our best kicker. Thank the stars. We can kiss Kyle Mount goodbye and request him to transfer. The true freshman Jorge Ramos easily wins this job. Has some actual badges too. Kyle Mount and his miserable kicking accuracy can be in the rearview mirror. And then the true freshman Felix Kuma that we have at punter. 79 overall. He's going to be really good. So I'm pretty excited about this team. Training will be huge for us. I mean, we come in already as an 83 overall. You can see we took a step back on offense overall, but I think after training, we're going to be close to where we were last season, if not even a little better. And then also, we come in as the number 15 overall team. We have not started a season even close to the top 25. So there are some pretty lofty expectations with this group going into season number 4. So we also saw improvement last season with this. We had less transfer risk. But it's so nice to see just one player at risk of transferring. And it's Manny Labino, who we're really not too concerned about, even if he did decide to leave. And Julian Johnson has upgraded his dev trait to star. Now, he is a senior, but the plus side is this happening right before training may give him more points. Our tight end position is going to be so stacked, and I think is going to be huge for our offense because we know our wide receiver position is a little bit limited and thin. So our tight ends, we can run a lot of 2 tight end sets, are going to be huge weapons for our offense. So I feel the best way to go through the training results, I'm just going to give you a before and after look at each position. We'll start with quarterback. We start with Browning at 82, Carpenter at 78. We talked about this could be interesting. And this training is going to maybe dictate who's the starting quarterback. I see Carpenter also has the most points, given he has the best dev trait. So depending on skill caps, Tevin Browning, even though he had a great season for us, we got to play the best guy. So if Tim Carpenter ends up training the best, we might have a new starting quarterback. One interesting thing, though, with him is right now we're not meeting his deal breaker, which is playing style. So given he's dual threat, we'll have to see what it is that would improve his grade here. But again, this guy started last season. He had 31 touchdowns, 7 interceptions, 3,100 yards. Not for us, of course. He is a transfer. And Tevin Browning comes in with 27 touchdowns, 8 interceptions, 3,300 yards. I mean, the big difference is their rushing ability. And they're not... I mean, Carpenter was barely outthrown by Browning as far as yardage, and probably threw the ball less, I would assume, given his high number of rushing attempts. Well, bad news for Tim Carpenter's hopes of becoming a starting quarterback for us. Even with impact dev and his dev trait being higher than Tevin Browning's, he is capped. So, a pretty disappointing turn of events here. He'll be a tremendous backup quarterback, and maybe we'll have some packages where we can run some option and things with Carpenter, but he's not going to have an opportunity to start unless we can get a coaching badge unlocked where we can increase his skill caps. Probably not happening this year. So unfortunately, Tim Carpenter probably stuck in the backup role. So Browning goes from an 82 to an 86. Carpenter stands pat at 78. That's so disappointing. With that athleticism, we could have upgraded, especially his awareness. I think he would have really been close, if not better than Browning. But it is what it is. Unless we can upgrade our coaching abilities right now, he's stuck. Honeycutt jumps to a 76. I mean, him being a freshman redshirt, if we can keep him around, right now his deal breaker we're not meeting. But if we can keep Honeycutt on the roster next season, he'll compete for that job as well. But Browning is just a sophomore. Taking a look at the running back group. Again, Pratt at an 84, Mulligan 79, 77 for Mapanga. Those, I guess Mulligan isn't really a returning player. He's redshirted. Hester is a returning player. He's a true junior. We actually might redshirt him this season, just because right now he's buried anyway. And if not, then we may actually ask him to transfer. We have so much depth here. We can't redshirt any of these guys, and we're not going to redshirt Pratt unless something shocking happens with training. At the running back position, we are pretty well loaded with depth and some pretty high-end talent too. I mean, Pratt's an 89. He's almost certain to hit 90. A lot of badges too going into next season, that is, I should say. But Mulligan is just a redshirt freshman in 86. Star development too. I mean, we're going to be tremendous after this season. I think we'll be really good this season, but next season with these two could be phenomenal. And then a lot of talent here, even with the freshman group. They're just normal development. Mapanga, hard to say. I mean, he's impact. Hester's one will probably look to either ask to transfer again, or we may end up cutting him. I did mistakenly already train Greg Joe prior to switching to receiver, so I didn't look at the before, but I believe he was an 82 overall. He does go up to an 85. He's going to be a good player. He's still got a little room to grow, too. He'll definitely be our best wide receiver, but it's a position that below him, we're going to need some help. Some of these guys are really going to have to make some strides. Hopefully training gets them at least to the mid-70s, but we'll have to see. With just normal dev trait, I don't think there's going to be a whole lot of room here. 27 and 31 points. Malachi Chick does make a decent amount of growth here. He goes up 10 overall to 76 and does become our second best wide receiver. Just doesn't have a lot of speed. And Jaron Ebron made some decent growth. He goes up to a 74. So we'll be okay. It's going to be serviceable, but it'll be nothing like our tight end group. Really excited to see how these four grow. All seniors, but we're going to be really, really loaded at tight end. To think of how lousy our tight end group was just a couple seasons ago, to see this, a 90, an 85, an 83, and an 82 is our worst tight end, and then a true freshman that we could redshirt. This is a great group. We're going to be so deep at tight end. We'll have to look to run a lot of 2 tight end sets given that we're kind of thin at wide receiver. But this is great news. We're going to have some good targets for Browning and a great group of tight ends. Let's take a look at left tackle. We have an 83, 71, 68, 63, and 63. Let's see how much this group grows. We did run into some skill cap issues, like with Julian Johnson, for example. We couldn't improve his route running, his catching when we were back at tight ends. But you can see here with Cole Emerson, we have 80 points to spend and nowhere to spend it. I do appreciate the idea of skill caps. I think they're important, but this is pretty brutal. I mean, how is it that a guy could just not get any more intelligent or aware of what he's doing or what's happening on the field than a 54? Being capped here is pretty brutal. I mean, it's almost to the point where this is a player that if he wasn't our backup, and if he doesn't end up being our backup, we may just look to cut him because there's nothing happening here. And so for him being a junior, he provides nothing of value beyond this season for our program as things currently stand. Looking at Griffin Bates, it's pretty much the same situation. He can't get any better overall, and he's a 68. So disappointing. Again, just a junior. He has a platinum badge too, but it feels like a complete waste. So this is the group when it's all said and done at left tackle. Pretty disappointing given that Emerson is capped. Bates is capped. He's probably one we'll look to cut. Laybourne, he's not capped, but he's starting at such a low overall that it's going to take time for him to become anything worth playing. Nequenti has a little bit of room left to grow at least. He'll probably become the backup or potentially the starter next season if we can't upgrade that position through recruiting. Left guard, we have just 2, Stoke and Mateo, both sophomores with 31 and 32 points apiece. I'd expect moderate development here. Hopefully they're not skill capped. So Stoke and Mateo go to a 77 and 73. They're serviceable. There's a little room left for them to develop. With enough points next season, they could be pretty good starters, but right now it's below average. Pre-training group. Pre-training, the center group looks like this. Carroll, a 77, a senior, and Osbin, a 73. Maybe could pass him. I doubt it, just because Carroll has so many more points. Things will probably stay as they are depth-wise or position-wise, but things will probably stay in the same order. But Carroll could be close to an 85 by the time we're done training him, unless he's skill capped. And Carroll is skill capped, so he might lose his job, depending on this scenario behind him. I mean, so Carroll holds on to this by 1 overall, but given that Osmond's just a sophomore, I think it makes more sense to start him this season. Hopefully get him more points for next season as the starter. So Carroll probably going to be backing up center this year. Right guard, we have Tam, Crow Hills, Burt, and Wilder, the 75 at the top, a 64 at the bottom. There you have it for our right guard position. Crow Hills is a cut candidate. If not this season, probably after. He's skill capped, and Burt and Wilder will most certainly surpass him after this season. I really don't want him ahead of them on the depth chart even either. At right tackle, we have Zach Clark and Tobias Needles. Both we really need to develop here. Hopefully not skill capped. They're both impact dev traits, so a decent amount of points to use. Brother, we have so many offensive linemen that are skill capped, and Zach Clark is another one. He is a senior, thankfully, so we'll just take what we can get here. And it's another position we have to upgrade before next season. Same story for Tobias Needles. I mean, we have terrible luck with our linemen. I don't know what it is about offensive linemen, but they seem to be the most prone to being skill capped, and it's killing us going into this season. So, I mean, overall, our offensive line, unfortunately, is probably going to be our biggest weakness. We really need to keep Tevin Browning upright this season. I don't love where we're sitting, and this is after training. I mean, our best offensive lineman being an 80 overall I guess an 85 with Nathan Roy. Second best being an 80 overall, though. Not great. And when it comes to top 10 type matchups, it could be our downfall, potentially. I believe with Sunram, I know he's an 86, but I'm pretty sure he'll be skill capped too. But let's see where left edge ends up after training. Well, we're going to have good pass rushers. So Sunram ends up as an 88. Tyree Wayne, who also has star dev, pretty solid amount of room to grow yet. As far as the skill caps go, will end up as an 81. And at right edge, we have Hopper, Brooks, and Adewakbola. Adewakbola. I don't know, man. Enoch Adewakbola. We'll have a pretty nice group of juniors at right edge. Hopper will get the job. Good depth behind him as well. And D-tackle, we're going to start at an 82 and 76. Romano was pretty capped, but these guys are both seniors, and we really need to scout and recruit defensive tackle hard prior to next season, as they'll both graduate. I know we have some freshmen that we can redshirt there, but if we can get some transfer portal players more ready to play, that would be a benefit for us. Dixon and Clark Marshall at the Sam linebacker positions. So Dixon comes into the season as an 85. Clark Marshall's pretty capped at 75. I think he was just a 2-star coming in. So another position we're going to have to look to upgrade with Dixon graduating. The middle linebacker group, hopefully Fleming can develop and not be skill capped, because he does come in as the best player and we're very thin below him. Just impact as our top dev trait. So the linebacker group would be decent in the middle. Droge does pass Labino. Labino we're either going to have to redshirt or possibly cut. There's just not much there. He's got a little bit of room to grow, but I would think Weil and Maragos will pass him after this season. But Fleming being our starter is definitely an upgrade. I'm glad we moved him. If we had to come into the season with Droge as our starter, it would just be a position of weakness for our defense. Pettijohn and Harper at the will positions, 85 and 73 to start. So Pettijohn will be one of our defensive anchors at 89 overall. And then Harper, a redshirt freshman, has quite a bit of room left to grow. 78 overall. Might be able to step into that role next season if we don't upgrade it in another way. Let's move to corner. Another important position that we need a lot of training and growth because we lost such high-end players here. Unfortunately, thus far, we were pretty skill-capped at the top. The two players that will graduate. Probably fortunate that they are graduating because they're pretty much limited now for growth, but we need more from these four. We got exactly what we needed as Kai Turbin has leapfrogged Mike Gerald to become corner 2. Joe Moe goes from the bottom all the way to the 4th overall corner. He's a 77 and just a redshirt freshman. Richard, still a virgin as it comes to playing time, may no longer be because he is up to the 5th corner spot with room to grow. Josh Cutting's pretty limited. He's at the bottom for now, but with these two seniors, I'm happy with the development of the 4 beneath them, and it gives us a little hope after this season. Free safety. Tavian Wallace, a true senior. Phenomenal athlete with his speed and acceleration. And then Eberly, the true sophomore. One will probably now redshirt this season. A 69 overall. We're going to have a really nice group of free safeties. And Tavian Wallace, we're actually even able to upgrade his speed one more. So he's up to a 98 speed. 96 acceleration. It's going to be a really nice player for us leading this group. And then a Zigbo, pretty good behind him. Maybe we can redshirt Eberly, but just a really well-rounded overall group of free safeties. Hoping the same at strong safety, but we need to not have skill caps here. Stuckey, Sneed, and Free come out as an 86, 73, and 72. Another pretty good group. Our starting safeties for this season are going to be really good. It'll be next year that'll be the question mark. We can develop Kyle Mount. I really don't even want to, and the pettiness in me is telling me not to. I'm not going to develop Kyle Mount. I'm going to cut him. He just sucks. So that is the roster overall. Tavian Wallace will be our best player, the true senior that we moved to free safety. But with Rettel coming in, Pettijohn returning, Pratt returning, Sunram, Hopper. I mean, this is probably the best team we are going to start the season with. You could maybe argue that last season we were just a little bit better at wide receiver because of depth, even though we thought that wasn't necessarily a strength last year either. And maybe our offensive line was better. Defensively, though, I feel like we're returning with the same strength we had last season, minus the cornerback position. We don't have the top-end talent, but Wallace, with his freakish athleticism at safety, I think will be the best player we've ran out there, which is saying a lot because safety's actually been a position of strength for us. But we're entering the season with expectations to compete for a Big Ten championship for the first time. Last season, we were in the mix, in the hunt, but a couple key losses did not allow that to happen for us. But that changes this season. So there is a little bit of an update here. Mulligan is actually, well, he's a very minimal risk of playing style being an issue, but brand exposure now wasn't in the cards last week. But right now for Chick and Droge, two players we don't want to lose. We really want them to be coming back next season. That's going to be something worth monitoring. Now, brand exposure did increase last season, and hopefully we can make that happen again by getting it up to B- or better. So even though we're a little bit behind on this, entering Season 4, we're going to add UTEP and Northern Illinois to the Mountain West, and then finally make the Pac-12 changes that are set to come next season in real life by adding Fresno State, Colorado State, Texas State, Utah State, and San Diego State to the mix. There's some speculative rumors out there, things that might happen, but at this time, we're not going to make any of those moves. And I don't know in this dynasty if we'll do anything crazy. We could just make some traditional type moves or some things maybe we could forecast, but for now, we're going to do the things that retroactively should have happened in 2026. But next, we'll encourage some transfers. We talked about some of them before, and see how many we even need to make. So we're actually right at the roster size we need with 85. We may not need to make any cuts. So we're probably not going to encourage any transfers just because this is the maximum roster size. And even though there's some players we feel are expendable, we don't need to do it. Well, we do have 32 coach points to spend. And we can unlock Architect now. And with this, we'll have a 400 bonus XP when a player maxes a skill group. And we know that we need Master Architect in order to unlock some of the skill caps and to raise those. I mean, right now we can't unlock any of these others other than upgrading what we currently have, which is Motivator. And we do want to get Master Motivator. I mean, it's 7 XP bonus every time a player levels up. It's 20 points, so we really have to make a decision as to which one. And we need a top 5 recruiting class in order to upgrade Recruiter to Elite Recruiter. So it comes down to, do we want to lean into Motivator, which is what we started as, or do we want to unlock Architect? I think we're going to unlock Architect just to give us more room for growth. And then we can use some of these points. I know with wide receiver, we really want to look to continue developing this position. And so they earn bonus XP every 3 games we win. We can also do that with linemen. Maybe we do want to anchor our offensive line first. So we'll spend the last 12 points on this. And then the next time we do earn 20 points, we're probably going to unlock Master Motivator. But that's where things stand now. So the next things ahead will be setting our depth chart and making our schedule for next season. We do drop from number 15 to 19, but we're still starting the season in the top 25. Our prestige has moved up to 3.5 stars, which is a big jump for our program as well. And then we're 86 overall across the board. Our highest level overall yet. So I guess it does turn out that this is the best team we've had. Now you can see, because of playing style, that Tim Carpenter is at risk of transfer. But as great and athletic as he might be, I should say as athletic as he is, not as great. He has great athleticism, but he's skill capped. And if he hadn't been, again, we talked about, he could have been our starting quarterback, but he really isn't going to be able to get any better. I don't want to lose Honeycutt, though, because he's just a redshirt freshman, and he looks good. He's got room to grow. He could be our starter after Tevin Browning leaves, but Browning is just a sophomore, and by the time that comes, we might have better players in our system already. But those are really the two players at risk at quarterback that we're worried about. Labino is not a concern if he does decide to transfer, but we also don't want to lose Malachi Chick or Devin Droge. And hopefully we can increase our brand exposure as we talked about previously. And I think we'll have a good chance this year. If all things go as well as we'd like. Well, given that we've reached preseason and it's technically now 2028, that is where we're going to end this episode. I'm really excited for the season. I feel like this is our chance to finally make our run at the Big Ten, at the college football playoff. We were really close last season to making the college football playoff, given that I think we would have been that next team behind Nebraska, a team we beat head to head. But this could be our year. But with those expectations, we also have to produce. But I think we have the roster to do it. I'm really looking forward to this one. I hope you'll be along for this season. It's going to be a fun one. And if so, I'll see you in the next one.
Coach Cross here. You enjoying this series? Hit that thumbs up. You want to help clear the backlog? Join the brigade and subscribe.
See you in the next one.